Yeah, that's the account. Yeah. He's got his high-speed abacus,
Nice.
multi-function, sine, cosine, tangent.
God.
Is that even doable on an abacus?
What?
I don't know.
Trigonometry.
I'm doubtful.
What did you say?
Trigonometry.
No, it just you can add and subtract and divide and multiply.
Spreading.
I don't want to Google this.
How to trigonometry with abacus.
Sorry, I'm 3 sheets to the wind, so I'm gonna shut the fuck up.
Oh wait, no. Hey, Server Kicks
Sounded bad,
favored
but it
me.
wasn't.
Is that too boomer of a phrase? Does everybody understand that?
What did you say?
Oh, it's too late. You got clipped by my Viper. Like they knock back.
Uno. Dos. Tres. Cuatro.
English, please.
Funny because when we finished rating on Tuesday, Mizu was saying he should do it in French.
Un, deux, trois, quatre.
Okay, don't do it in French.
It's a word.
Ooh, that shade.
Catcha?
Oh my god, you're so loud.
How do you pronounce four?
No,
Cat.
stop.
Catcha?
You need to turn down home.
And just cat.
Okay, I will.
Gun!
Shut the fuck up.
Wait,
Oh shit.
I forgot.
I'm so
Wait.
distracted. I gotta turn down home and
I'm just gonna reset.
Yeah.
I had you at 200%. You were like screaming in my ear.
Yeah.
I will chill out.
Bad Spanish, bad French, whatever.
No, the Spanish was good.
Says you.
Was you?
Right.
I took like 8 years of Spanish in
Wait,
school.
I have to lower you a little
I'm
more.
actually semi-fluent.
I took many years of French in school too, and I didn't know jack shit about it.
I slept in my Spanish class.
I will admit, I did homework for a lot of other classes in my Spanish class. Sorry, 3 sheets to the wind is what I said earlier. That means I'm drunk.
Oh. Buddies. I haven't studied French, but I could tell that it was pretty bad.
For the record, I didn't claim it was good.
That's fair.
I'm just more excited I knew
Buddies.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Hey,
Buddies.
no, come here.
Oh, that's
Oh.
spread. Oh no.
Nice.
Oh,
We got double.
We got 2. Yep.
very well.
I was gonna reset.
Yep.
I'm
think
gonna
we
mute
should-
myself.
Focus a bit. So I'm sure you guys don't want to raid tomorrow.
I probably can't.
So we got today. Oh, I didn't even eat food.
Oh my god.
That was the problem.
No. Food would not negate 1.6 million damage.
Yeah, that's what I meant. But it's hinging on everything. buddies. Like,
One, two, three, four.
I forgot about that. Like Phoenix in, right?
And buddies.
Out, buddy.
We're gonna have to reset.
Oh,
Huh?
yeah, we're gonna have to reset again.
We good?
Hmm?
Alright, gonna pull.
we're just resetting until we get arm day first.
Everything lines up nicely.
This is spreading. Like,
He heard you.
yep.
Mm-hmm. Just wants to be a jerk today.
One, two, three, four.
East-west. Port in. Everybody up.
Buddies.
And buddies.
Arm day.
Arm day out of the hitbox. Excuse me. This is spreading at the end. Buddies.
It's
Mhm.
gone.
We went the other way.
This is spread and Phoenix. Watch out, get away from the front.
Got 2.
Slow ways, Zuki. Oh,
I got it.
no, it's slow ways, Toman.
This is going to be like knockback. Oh, go north. Nice adjust, Holman.
See, late parties, healer stacks.
Low along the wall.
Be slow, and then
Make
towards
sure you're ending up south. Along the wall. Woo, Zook.
Damn it.
Slow raising. Oh,
There's a pot window.
can you raise?
I don't know if we're gonna make 10%.
We still have
I'm happy to try.
we still have arm, don't we?
Oh, what am I doing here?
I'm raising.
This is out of the hitbox. Let's just practice. We need a refresher, probably.
We might make it.
That'll be late. Support first.
DPS are not swapping.
North,
North,
south.
south.
So far.
Push the damage. Push the damage.
I think if we LB, we're good.
Don't worry about healing us up. Just push.
Yep.
Nice.
We
Oh,
made it.
Nice. Woo.
nice.
Close.
Clean run.
Nicely done.
Yay.
Oh, I didn't make the jump.
Did class
I
make the
made it.
jump?
Nah.
He was early.
Aw. You
It's
lost
like
your touch,
He's
class.
losing
And-
his I know, I was gonna say he's losing his touch.
It's like half a second after the dialogue box disappears, or the little timer thing.
I was too far from the wall. I couldn't make it in time. Like I tried, but I couldn't
You should have Shokichi'd into it for style points.
make it. I don't know if that would work. That would be sick though. Yeah, that was fucking close. Good job, guys. Really, it's just Vivi's axe. Thank you, Vivi.
Oh, no problem. It was obviously all me.
Fucking
Yeah, I
carried.
did it.
Class's dead body.
Oh, Mizu's alive.
Nice.
I love it.
Where's your rescue, Nathan?
Have we explained the class what the changes are?
Yeah, 6. I'm going to show him this one quick though.
Mostly
so
the
I understand it.
fire ice, right?
Yeah, so I will always be on the diamond, and you will always be outside, and we mirror it.
Like how
No,
far this way?
no, you can be like right beside me, literally.
You're like this big
Okay.
triangle here. He's gonna
Yeah.
be this triangle here.
Okay.
And you'll never go outside. You'll never come to this for ice. There's no iteration where you'll ever be taking ice, so you'll always be where you are.
Okay.
I think if you get paired with me, I will go on the inside. So you just stay out there.
Yeah, it's me, Mizu, Vivi, you. So you'll never have to worry about moving.
And have we communicated what we're doing for Dominion?
Yes,
The port left clockwise.
yes. I always get the second one. So if it's me and you, you'll get the first one. If you get a tank, you'll always get the second one.
I forgot priority from left to right was Zuki, Mizu.
Do we have a diagram for
Right,
the last part?
I think so.
Dominion?
Wait, sorry, Mizu is
Yes.
westmost tower. Then
We
it's
don't
me. Then it's is it class and then Zuki?
Yes.
Or is it Zuki and then class?
Yes. I am the last one on the list.
Okay.
I will always be taking the second west.
Do you mean the spreading spots, Peanut?
No, I don't really need a cheat sheet for Dominion. I just forget the mechanic itself, so I was gonna pull it up, but it's not there. So
Oh,
it's okay.
I thought you made a cheat sheet, sort of, with
Yeah,
the
there was
potential
one.
spots.
It's out of date now, though. Got it.
Oh,
Oh, I made a new one, but nobody said anything, so I never posted in the theory. The Savage guides, I guess. Right?
I
See,
did.
that's top secret personal cheat sheet.
I did.
Just
Okay.
so for Dominion, Kelvin, we'll all be stacked at the hitbox.
There.
I'll be
That's-
forward. You'll be back more or less.
That's the Dominion. I'm gonna put
For
it in
spread spots.
Savage guys.
Yeah. Yep, like that.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you're paired with a tank, you'll always get second. If you're paired with me, you'll always get the first one.
I
For
thought I
towers.
made something. I thought I saw something in Dominion. I didn't even remember I made it. Until Alma said something, I'm like, oh yeah, I guess I did. Hmm.
All right. So
You-
we're good.
The first towers is no debuff. Second towers is the people that had a debuff and it falls off on. I mean, that's pretty obvious, but just in case.
Don't want too much earth.
Darn.
I don't remember my pre-pull for this.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna home gang the first and fourth tank buster.
Oh yeah, they changed that. I forgot.
So
Take it
please
to
love
this
me.
Remember, I did something different with this bit. Wait, I wouldn't have to commit you then.
No, you can put all your mid on music for the first one.
I would like a refund on this opener. Literally nothing crit.
Hey, Homan screwed up an opener or what?
No. I didn't screw up. I'm just getting
God, come
screwed.
in. It's God and I.
I'm just getting screwed.
Stack first. Spread right.
Oh my
your
god,
health
God.
gone. Holy shit.
I got tossed.
Button.
Oh my
You know what? I'll
god.
take that.
My button didn't work.
Wait,
Yeah.
did you get a dot on you?
I'm assuming you got clipped.
Natural alignment. Yeah, I had a hot on him, and I pushed my
Oh,
macrocosm
You
like 7
died
times.
because
It
of
didn't go off.
HP? Too much dot?
And
Yeah,
his
that's
HP was also
that's
just
fine.
low.
Wow, that hurts. I mean, it
Is
is painful dot.
This whole time I didn't know there was a dot on that.
Oh, it's pretty chunky.
That's
Just
funny.
tank
God
things.
told me the same thing.
Yes. Tank privilege.
Yeah. Okay.
Shouldn't have to push a button 7 times and it still doesn't work. Noxious.
Yeah, look at my crit rate, Peanut.
Hmm?
17%? What the fuck? That pull was fucking garbage.
What is it supposed to be theoretically?
I mean, like 30 plus.
Fair? Okay. Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Not only was my crit rate low, like all the things that should have crit were like auto attacks.
When did I hit hollows? I don't remember.
This
It
pull is
depends on
not a
when
lot
you
better.
use it. There's 2 minutes. We'll come up at high concept to beat hollows here.
On healers. Spread first. Stack right.
I think I Panheimed the.
Front row. Nice.
And then how's this?
I guess we could have stayed there.
Yeah. I guess it doesn't really matter. We're melee.
The Mizu will mitigate this one, and VB needs, or Mizu will immunity this one, and VB needs the stuff.
The juice.
Yeah. And the next one, they both take it raw.
Is Gamma the 2? Yeah.
Beta gamma.
Right side. Which letters were these?
Beta gamma.
Alrighty.
Definitely to their south. South Bay.
Oh no, sorry.
I'm trying to heal, please.
Yeah, sorry.
I just claimed the middle.
Yeah, I can't merge with her though, or we all die.
That's what she said.
Damn.
Hell of a rejection.
I know, right? Heal up and then start spreading out.
One, two, three, four.
Doogie.
Sorry, that counting was a little weird.
You can't overlap where the number 2 is gonna bait their thing.
I didn't have a choice. Mizu didn't get hit yet.
As long as Mizu stays over here, you're safe as you stand here.
Your AoE, right? Not mine.
Yeah, no.
It's Holman and I. Both are inverted. Second row. Stack first. Spread front. Right, front row. Ice first. Second row fire.
No, you go up front, class. Class, go up front.
Up front, please.
Oh, and go to
I
the
should
right.
have just moved.
You class, you always stay along that same line.
You don't have to move much.
You min dodge.
You guys want to practice or reset?
Well,
I don't
actually, you guys are gonna get hit by now.
Oh!
Yeah.
Never mind. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say we have no tanks.
Yeah, they
There's
made it.
autos coming.
They made it mirrored so that you don't have to run. The healers can stay and heal instead.
You
Okay.
can imagine how catered Selena was when he subbed in for us.
Yes, he was like, "I'm not moving." Okay, fine. I mean,
I'm on vacation. I'm ordering catering.
I was
Mhm.
fine too. I was happy too.
Gonna pull.
Mizunzuki. Stack first. Right.
Oh shit. No. Try to go to my spot.
It happens. On healers. Red first.
And the
Jack right.
suitcase. What happened to music?
He was
I
on
was
the
the
wrong
wrong
side.
side. I'm gonna die. Never mind.
Yeah.
You got double.
Goodbye, everybody.
Everyone's
You're
spawning,
gonna
right?
die, comrade.
I take a super quick bathroom break.
Sure.
Alright, I'll be back.
What was
Everybody
your?
potting?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm using grade 6s.
I'm running out.
So I should make more if we're gonna go back into ultimate.
Yes.
Someone said grade 7 work and all of it.
Yes. So we're gonna need food and pots for ultimate anyways.
Someone post the updated High Concept 2 thing again, because I keep finding only the old one.
Yes.
And maybe we can put it in the
Isn't it
Savage
the
guys.
last one that Amma sent?
which chat.
This one, BB Chan.
Because I keep looking up
This.
in theory crafting and I scroll up to the latest one with that and it's the wrong one.
Yeah, the one Zuki just reposted.
Thank you. Should we make a thread for P8?
And I'm working on it now.
Oh, okay.
Did we have anything for phase 1 or is it just
The
Gorgon
snakes. I think there's the snakes. That's pretty much it.
Maybe the snake spots? Yeah,
Uh,
Gorgon 2 spots. That's it, probably.
And also the other thing.
Oh, the firefly?
Birds, yeah. Mizu Day.
No. Mizude is fucking P1.
There's no Gorgons in P2.
Wait, let me fix
Well,
that.
I think just Gun's
I'll just
making
check
a
everything in order?
yeah.
So Gon and Amma, do you guys play on PlayStation or PC?
Both.
I'm on PC and she's on PlayStation.
But you both play on controller?
No, I play on keyboard mouse.
So Amma, what do you use to talk on Discord? Just like your phone, or do you have a computer nearby?
I have my laptop here.
Okay. I was always curious about that.
Okay. Are we good? Are you still making something with the thread? With the thread?
Maybe you should do PAS part 1 and part 2 separately, because otherwise it'll get super long.
I fully support that. I also fully support creating threads for every single phase in Ultimate.
Mm. Interesting.
Well, Alma has a document with the different tables, so that's a irrelevant thing.
Well, I mean, I could do that too.
I
Like,
just mean for future Ultimates, just for discussions.
yeah.
I like the one document with different tables because then I can pull it up without just having to have to search for it when it's Ultimate. There's so much stuff.
Well, if people find other ideas, it'd be good to have a discussion about them, and then we can just compress it all into the document afterwards.
We do that anyways, no?
About Ultimate, I don't know if we did it that much.
Okay, gonna pull then.
I'm just refusing my repair request.
What's the difference for thread?
You're gonna fight with Broken Gear and like it.
Did you even notice the price?
Of course, I did 69 for 20.
I'm sitting there for like 5 minutes, man.
I'm so sorry.
What kind of service is this?
You just had to ask somebody who's the
420
busiest
kind of service.
at the moment helping our thread. Sure.
I'll ask you next time, Peanut.
It was Peanut and I.
Actually, you can ask anybody.
Peanut, I'd like you to focus on the pipe, please. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please
Back
ignore me.
first. Red left.
Please don't kill me, Peanut.
Front row. Ice. Second row fire.
Oh, that is double DPS, isn't it?
Indeed it was.
Please focus, Homan.
I'm not gonna lie.
I am going to be honest. This new setup, it's fine. It's also infinitely fucking confusing for the person in the back.
Actually, the same because you still have to move even if you did the
Not
old
the
way if
same.
it's fire.
It's not the same.
Beta gamma.
I'll go up.
Left side. Second defamation. Defamation on south. South, yeah.
Right side.
Get healed and then spread out.
One,
One.
2, 3, 4.
Almost pulled the Koopa.
God
Oh.
damn it.
Big is the AoE. I think I almost got clipped by guns.
The initial one or the beta one?
The initial one.
What happened with your tower, Suki?
Hmm? I kept auto running the wrong
Oh.
direction.
Oh, okay. I thought you lagged into it. Like died into it, like the other thing.
A little bit, yeah.
I hear Zelda being scolded for sleeping on the suitcase
Wondering
in the
how
background.
how close I can go without getting clipped.
Well, you're just sleeping on some shopping bags.
I'll take
Oh.
a step further back.
Oh no, I mean it's okay. It's
It's not like I need to give it up.
well, that's true.
Do you?
Number one reason I'm low key excited for playing ranged DPS in next Ultimate is infinite uptime. And on a bond.
Not a bonus.
Mizu and Zuki? Red first. Stack right. Front row. Fire.
Win, that's out the beta.
Right
Right
side.
side. Exclamation spot sound. Water. Off again.
Left side.
Spread out.
1, 2,
Hello.
3,
Thanks for the taxi.
Hello? That was risky.
4.
Oh.
Watch out. Watch out.
All right.
I was watching you and Mizu in the front. I was like, please, one of them blow up. I know.
You just say hello to one of your cats.
Yes, he keeps brushing me with his tail.
Almond and peanut.
Oh no.
Both are
Both-
inverted.
Both reversed. Both reversed.
The not so dream team.
It's
Second
easy.
row.
We just have to go to our spot.
Stacked. Spread. Still inverted.
Ice.
Ice.
Right
Right
side.
side.
Right side.
And then tank stuff.
Get away from tanks.
I'll have home gang for this next tank buster.
We'll check your debuff timers.
My blank partner. Woman,
I'm
You know,
solo.
I will go
Solo.
west.
go east.
What?
I'm solo stack.
Oh,
Yeah.
Solo
We
stack is
had a
3.
short
Yeah,
stack.
Exactly.
So basically, whoever has nothing has to go to A.
to 2.
The two
No,
people
no,
that
he had
Oh, nothing. A.
he
Yeah.
had long plus no splice. That
So
goes
that's
to 2.
yeah.
Yeah, for me it's the solo stack. I feel like I confuse people if I stay on 3, so I've started moving up towards 1.
Same, I just fuck
Because
off
I'm
to the corner.
central.
I don't think
Yeah,
I've ever gotten solo splice before.
I go to 1 too.
I
'cause
go to
wanna
1
fight.
as well. That's why I was.
I do
Well,
not want
Yeah.
to go to 1 because I am a healer.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Yeah, just keep in mind if you're the
If you're
If you
stacking,
don't-
it's always it's 2.
if you have long and no splice.
Is there a reason we have the 1 in the corner then?
Not really.
I guess not.
Nope.
Just
But-
for consistency's sake of we have a 1, 2, and 3 splice, so there's a 1, 2, and 3 spot.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you don't need to
Technically,
use
it's also
it.
2.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, gonna
As
pull
long
then.
as you're
I
the
mean,
solo
but
splicing one at
for
2, you're
for
fine.
consistency's sake, because healers are gonna stay in, we can always do it where, if you need to be in a safe spot, you get 3, and then just completely remove 1.
That's what it says on the diagram.
No, diagram has 1.
Nope.
No, he's saying that the single splice goes in
Oh.
at 3.
The single splice goes to 3.
Yeah, that's fine if you want to do it that way.
Yeah, yes.
I'm gonna pull then. Now we've got 3 purples.
That 3-1 is gonna confuse me.
Not gonna lie, I'm kind of missing experience.
That's because you go scholar, please.
Sage is better for healing this by a lot.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Sage is better. Sage is better for spread mitt. Scholar's
Yeah.
better for stack mitt.
Too really.
But
Yeah, do it yourself.
I feel like we're much more
Yeah.
healthy, even though Selena was healing so much.
I mean, the fairy is really good for when parties split up.
It's almond and peanut.
Yeah, after he started using the tether on the E3 people, it felt a lot better.
Spread first. Stack right.
Oh man.
Oh, fire.
Fire.
I couldn't find the purple to see what it was.
My soil timing is different from what I used to do, I think.
Been 3 weeks. Like a new fight
Yeah.
for you, right?
I know the fight, I just don't remember my heal plan.
I just forgot to mitigate BB because I was thinking about the heal plan.
I'm fine.
I don't remember where I used it either though.
Fail.
Right.
Alphabetical.
Definitely. Okay.
I didn't catch BB-chan.
I'm sad.
Cheering?
I'm sad.
I didn't get it either.
My axe can't get use of this.
Spread out.
Spread out.
We
One,
both didn't get it.
2,
Yeah.
3,
Oh man.
4.
Wait, I'm on one?
No, you're two.
No, I'm one.
To the back.
Back. I didn't see you pull up.
Oh, did you guys tell class about the Selena method? You guys are doing Selena method, right?
No.
You're not?
We
What?
discussed
I
that
thought we
last
were.
time.
Teachings. If you want to look at that.
The
My
thing
method
that's
is hit Icarus.
Yep.
So just stay at the very back and just Icarus.
because there's a pattern to how the towers start forming.
Fine, as long as he doesn't screw up other people.
We weren't doing it last time either.
I think you guys are.
No.
I thought we were.
Dustin said no. Shu and I both weren't doing it.
What? It's Shu's method. He was doing it.
Yeah, I know. We both
He
weren't.
said the supports are doing it, but not DPS.
We definitely weren't.
Is Selena Shu?
Yeah.
Question is, is the left or the right?
He's the
He's
right
the
Shu.
right Shu.
Healers.
Why is he Shu?
That's
his
real
real
name.
name.
Real name.
Really.
Back first.
Oh, purple. Thinking about shoes.
Yep.
But who's Shu?
Who's left shoe?
That's Shuel.
As Shuel Low is left shoe. Selena is right
That's
shoe.
the other Shu in our Lost Shark channel. He's our left Shu.
Left
Selena
shoe.
is right Shu.
There's 2 people named Shu in Lost Ark.
No,
No,
that's
Selena
not-
does not play Lost Ark.
No,
There's
you
only
know
one
Shu
person.
from Lost Ark?
I'm just like
That's left Shu.
brain explosion at the moment.
Okay, forget it.
It's like that. It reminds me of the guy with the iron and feathers guy.
Just
Lost
Tim,
shoe is
just-
left shoe.
Tim and Eric right now, just brain galaxy exploding. Finally, first decent opener of the night.
I didn't get a single crit.
I stole them all.
I mean, no single. Oh, me
On and
again.
peanut. Spread first.
I
Right?
Why is Busy there?
Good question.
Fucking
I-
freight train come through.
I heard spread, but in my mind it was like, oh, stack.
We're not
Started
at
going
in-
down. I was like, oh wait, this is not the right one. And then I tried to run to the side to avoid, but there was always people.
We're not at inverse magics yet.
Yeah.
I think this is all an elaborate lie to hide the fact that he was trying to kill Zuki.
I killed somebody else.
Oh, he
I thought
killed
you
the
did kill Zuki.
he killed the shit out of me too. That's par for the course. We're partners. P1. I say that, but Mizu has been a very consistent and reliable partner in P1. Good job, Mizu.
Thank you.
Omen reading out a hostage script.
Do not look at my eyes blinking out more SOS and Morse code.
Oh, and
Yes.
peanut. Stack first. Okay.
You are so
Spread
lucky,
left.
Don, that we.
Con, can you please move? Thank you. Front row. Ice. Sorry, that's my spot, so you
Yeah.
kind of panicked.
I realized I could get all the way to my back spot. So trying to-
That's what she said. All right, apparently too juvenile even for you guys.
I didn't hear that.
I just trying
Okay,
to figure out
probably-
the mechanics
that's
of
probably
what
kind of
happened
bad.
last night. Because you're painting a whole storyline at this point.
Alpha gamma. Left side.
Left.
That makes me go south.
Beta gamma.
Beta gamma.
Left is safe.
Let me physic you, Gancha.
No babies. As much as I'd love to have babies with class.
Whoa there. Are you
Sorry.
hitting on my brother in front of me?
Sorry, you had to hear about it like
My
this.
salad.
One,
Right in
One.
front of
2,
Thanks,
3,
easy.
4.
Wait.
Wait,
Which one's not being
Oh.
taken? Oh,
Oh boy.
What is
wait,
happening?
you were one class?
yes. I was really far back though, so you probably didn't see me.
Maybe it's me in class. You're too spicy,
Okay.
sir. I will shut
That
up.
was my bad then. I thought for sure I was one.
Would it help if I scoot forward a bit more?
No.
Pass was, I think he was
Even
one,
before
yeah.
you got like
I'm
up.
staying like here. I got it.
No. That's usually I like look from the side anyway, so I caught a glimpse, catch a glimpse of the explosion.
Like Mises in a perfect spot for me to Icarus too, so I can get to 1. That's nice.
I thought for sure I exploded when I heard 1, so I was like, okay, I'm 1. But I guess I was at the 2.
Oh, is that what happened? You Icarus to him with the explosion? That's amazing.
I waited for him to explode, and then I Icarus.
Okay, gonna pull.
I would say let's try not to be too fancy there and just sprint if you have to. Just go to your spot.
No, the curious is not the problem.
It was, I think the call will always come out after they vote. Because it's a reaction.
And also slight latency.
I can try to call it slightly sooner if that helps, or I can call it not at all. Just whatever is the most helpful.
Usually it's fine. I don't know. Maybe yes.
I wouldn't change the call. Just keep people keep in mind because when they bury her, that's already exploded. And that call.
Fat and peanut. Spreading first. Stacking right. Front row. Ice. Beta gamma.
Information drops out. Beta gamma.
And
Hey,
Right.
hey, hey!
Okay.
right side.
I'll just. It doesn't
Oh.
matter. I was running front and got adjusted. And
Whoever
Yeah.
was stacking with me was fine, and then was it? Yep. I'm like, who's somebody? I didn't even look who it was.
Was it the one who went from 2 and then threw the stack into the other side? That was me, because I was just trying to get into heal range.
I don't know. Whoever had the lightning with me.
Were you trying to attack the game, or were you just
nope. I was healing and then moving forward.
okay? Because you ran in to you.
I know.
And you had stopped. So I couldn't have the teller. That's what I thought that you were saying.
I know. It's all right.
Pulling.
I just orient to the ground and stay put.
Yeah, I just there's that damage can kill people there if they're not healed.
Yeah.
So
Omen and gone. Spreading first. Stack left. Ice.
ah, damn it. Not like VV needs it.
Yeah, I gotta heal myself here.
I know. That cooldown literally does nothing unless I use it there.
Alpha beta. Right side.
In defamation.
I almost walked too early.
Defamation, we going south. Wait again. Left side.
It's a reminder that we're doing cooldowns on third GCD there for future pulse.
Spread out.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Thanks
Hello.
for shifting.
JV with a run around.
Tanks. Both are
Both
inverted.
inverted.
Second row. Spreading.
Red.
Front row stack. Next is inverted. Ice. Right.
Right side. home gang for this one.
Reminder to pay attention to your debuff timers. Double check all of your debuffs.
I'm short.
Ama,
Sorry.
I will go west.
Okay.
Alpha Gamma.
Left.
Left side.
Do you want north?
Defamations, dodge.
Do you want north or
Always work
south?
close, always work close,
Bait
always work
tether
close.
glass.
I'll take north.
Okay.
Remember to overcompensate with your ghost baits.
What?
Omen will merge with Gone. Omen
Oh,
will
I
merge
have
with
to
Gone.
go up.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got class already.
Yeah,
Feel the
Top
Sure.
everyone. Top everyone.
Plus is gonna die again.
No.
Okay, practice.
Oh, I
You
forgot
might
about.
have gotten that off.
I forgot about the
I
LB.
heard it.
I forgot about the LB. Sorry.
The cast finished. I don't know if it actually went off.
You
I
gotta
don't
wait
think
to raise there.
Did.
Okay, we're good. Stack up. Stack up.
Slow race.
Oh, okay.
Potions in 30 seconds. Hold your cooldowns.
This is my fate. Spread out.
First cooldowns now.
Mana.
I'm west.
I'm east.
Name your cut. Don't worry
Pop
about
your cooldowns.
Second set.
Heals.
Another AoE here.
And brink.
Oh shit! I used that too
Dominion.
early.
Dominion.
This is
Dominion's
I
mine.
used my shake too early.
Spread out.
Spread out.
I'm west.
Wait, Ozuki, I'm taking that.
Yeah. She
What?
Keep going. Keep going. Practice.
East.
That's fine. Okay, bye.
Oh. So you're the clockwise one.
He's
Yeah,
the
I'm
more
always the one.
clockwise one.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, that's hell trying to solo heal that. My other healer had Brink, so.
Yeah.
Just make it a damage down instead of affecting your mind stat, please.
Still good practice. Still good practice.
Yeah.
Any questions there, anyone? Do we want to take break now, or do we want to hold off?
Let's finish up the incident. But
Yes.
healing, we're just done.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Gonna pull then.
Good pull. If we can make the rest of the pulls of the night just like that, then
You know
we'll
your
make it.
carbuncle.
Thank you. How did you know?
I didn't see
We
it.
don't see it.
Do you see it in the party list?
No?
No.
I see it on the ground.
That's the model.
Oh. You actually look for it? That's pretty nice.
I'll be honest, I didn't notice.
I didn't notice either.
Yes, that's why it's great.
For as long as I played Summoner, the only thing I'm trained to look for is a Garuda AG.
I don't even look for my own pet.
Yep. Pretty much.
If you couldn't tell, I last played Summoner in Realm Reborn.
It's gone and I.
I missed the magic trick attack. It's busted.
Oh, Requiem.
Stack first. Spread right. Second row. Fire. And front row ice.
Beta gamma.
Right side.
Second declination. Alpha gamma. Right side.
Snake. Alvin, stop trying to make babies.
Snake!
Only with class.
Can you not do that because it burdens the healers more, right?
Yeah.
What you're thinking right now.
Big
I'm
Yo,
already
like-
throwing out AoE, so it's not that different.
Heal and then spread.
Spread out. Spread out.
Spread out.
1,
One.
2,
Nice.
3, 4.
Ah, I'm so sorry. I got server ticked by my or I got animation locked by my jump. But at least I took my tower.
Yes.
Thanks, stuff.
I got a little bit confused. I was like, what? I thought I missed the tower, but mine was the one after yours.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Only. No. Perfect.
First one's normal.
Throw.
This is normal.
Stack.
This is
Stack.
spread. A spread. Sorry, stack. uh, this one's red.
This will be inverted. Ice.
Left side. And soon thanks, stuff.
Wait, from tanks.
Home gang.
Double check your debuff timers. Check all of your debuffs. I will go out west.
Well, well, well. We meet again.
Beta gamma.
Left.
Second declination.
Dodge, dodge, dodge.
Taking north.
I'll go south.
Omen has no cooldowns.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
I tried to.
I
Sorry.
healed you.
I tried.
I probably had my toe in a tower.
Quickly heal. Oh,
Full
Hillman,
heals,
heal-
full heals, full heals. Heal Omen, please.
I got you. All right. Don't take that raise yet.
Yeah, I know.
No, I didn't make it. Maybe? No, I didn't.
I think you did.
I did. Well, the dragon jumped, so
I think so, yeah.
Wait, that part we were supposed to use our 1 minute, right?
We
Don't worry
weren't.
about it. So let's just practice the dominions. Make sure we get a
Oh,
raise
I
quick, stack up.
I lost
I
the
got
raise.
I got BB.
Yeah, you always do.
Alright.
I don't think we need it, but just Vulcans, just in case.
30-second cooldowns now. Potions. Every other cooldown.
I'm not left.
I'll be left.
East, 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 east.
what happened?
There's a tower.
That was me.
Ah,
Yeah, one of the right-hand support tower was missed.
Do you want to change priority class or
Where's the priority?
so Mizu will take westmost when he's taking tower. Then
Tanks and
next,
healers from the left to right.
yeah.
and
So it's
then-
Mizu, me, Zuki, then you.
No,
Oh, wait, sorry, you
Mizu.
then Zuki.
I'm last.
I guess him and I swapping won't really make any difference.
Yeah, because you both have to flex in the
Yep.
middle anyway. Yeah.
So
But-
what is it? I had it differently on the Savage Guide.
We made it that way because we wanted the
What's
healers
your
to
priority?
be in the middle. Tanks
Pal-
from left.
Paladin, Warrior, Astro.
No.
Sage
Paladin
and
Warrior,
I'm
Sage,
last.
Astro.
It's in the theory crafting, or it's in both
Okay.
of them.
Savage guides, I think.
Yeah, it's already
No,
there.
I had to change it because it was different. Oh, in the picture, I guess. Wait. In the picture is wrong, huh? You
You
and
posted it in text chat when we did it originally on 11/12.
Oh, she has it down in the picture as Astro then Sage.
it's
That's
you guys
wrong.
are
It's
flipped.
Paladin, Warrior, Sage, Astra.
Yeah, she just had the Sage and Astro in the wrong places.
The biggest thing that helps me personally, and I don't know how well this translates to the support side, but the faster that the people who get hit with the first set of earth pillars stack in the middle, the more helpful it is for me to figure out who the other person soaking towers with me is, so that I know who the priority is. Like for
Yeah.
instance, the faster Amma, like let's say Amma and Peanut get hit, the faster they go to the center, the sooner I know, okay, it's gone. I'm on the right side. You know what I mean? Like I know where my spot in the priority is. The challenge is knowing, okay, who's the other person.
mhm.
yeah, I usually
So-
go towards the middle if
The-
if I'm hit.
Yeah, the instant you get a debuff, just go to the
Or-
mid.
But I try to make it obvious,
Yes.
and not just hover.
Okay, well, I'll pull again.
Food check.
But hey,
If you want.
it's another last phase pull. I'll take it. The more of those we get, better.
Did you want to switch spot class? Or are you good?
I'm good.
Okay.
Unknown class.
Stack.
Come. Stacking first.
Oh shit!
Lucky.
Spread
didn't-
right.
I was like, I didn't even notice that was a purple.
I'm gonna go with that skill move. Nice job.
Yep. Min dodge. Front row. Nice.
I was like, hey, there's a purple going to the back. Wait, that's me.
Really, props to the rest of the team for not freaking out. Like when I Shikuchi back there and everyone scattered. Don't do that.
Fine as long as people don't start like flexing for each other.
That hurts so much more.
Physic. With a
Beta
win.
gamma.
That makes you go south. Go beta.
Right out. One,
One.
three, four,
John and I. We're both inverted. Second row. Spread.
stack. This is also inverted.
Front
Front
row.
row,
Fire.
fire.
Left side.
I've got home gang for the next tank quest.
I know I keep saying double check your debuff timers, but really check them. Check all of your debuffs. I will go west.
Yeah, my beta.
Wait,
Right side.
wait, what'd you guys make it for it?
Can I have heals? I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
This is this is
We're-
hyper. Oh, but this
Dodge,
is-
Wait.
dodge, defamations.
Ooh.
Homan doesn't have a cooldown.
Peanut, come south.
Coming.
Yeah, take the one north. I'll take the one across.
Oh, they.
Yikes.
Oof.
And Homo will merge with Spinel.
I'm going with the
Wow, I
I need
even
heals. Sorry.
I
I'm
even
trying.
shielded
working on it.
myself.
Keep going,
Yeah,
keep going, keep
thank
going,
you.
keep going.
No, I'm just letting you know.
I even shielded myself too.
I was trying so hard to clemency there.
Stay stacked, big heals. Pay attention to your debuffs and Dominion.
She took like a huge dropsy tick and then immediately tower ticked.
Yeah, she's not supposed to get dropsy.
Potions in 30-second cooldowns in 20 seconds.
I got used early. I don't have time to do it.
Yeah, you do you, dog. You're fine.
Yeah.
Dominion.
Long cooldowns now. Potions. Everything else.
I'm not first.
I'll get the most west.
Oh. There's.
Yeah, back.
Oh.
There are 3 people on the DPS side.
Yeah, I was confused about that.
I saw Homan, Gun, and Ama going towards the tower, so I'm like,
Sorry, that was. If there was confusion, that was on me. I was trying to do it.
Oh, yeah, I think
It's the timing is actually cursed.
Oh,
That-
you
my apologies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see. Were you doing
Okay.
tension again?
I was trying to, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty messed up.
The timing, if we want to do 2 minutes there, is actually fucking awful. I'm just gonna do normally I would do TC. I'm just gonna do. I'll just do it last. I'll just do it last. It'll be outside of cooldowns, but fuck it.
or you can do it before you.
Yeah, I
respond.
can't.
Or why don't you just stand at 3?
Because my bait spot is like outside of 2.
Huh?
My bait spot for the Dominion is at like over there.
What I'm saying is, why don't you stand on 3, and then do your tension, and then go to your spot. You don't have to bait it, right?
No, the timing is that my cooldowns are coming after the Dominion cap. Because I don't have a 30-second, I have a 20-second. The timing's awful. I'm just gonna do TCJ last. It'll be less confusing. It'll be outside of cooldowns, but fuck it, it won't be confusing.
To be honest, it is a little bit spicy, but I do think that the PS strat is to array on the corners of the square and then have one in the middle. So like, I usually stand like here.
Go
You
to
could,
market.
yeah. I usually stand like here. You could theoretically be here. Well, and I'll move up a little bit and be safe. Like,
Yeah,
you don't have to go. You don't have to
I'm
go all
usually
the way out.
standing like there.
You
That's
don't
why
need to.
you. God, don't go that far. You don't get healed.
Well, I go far too.
That's why you guys die.
Well, we have this.
We have to heal in between the Dominion
Yeah,
and
you
the
don't need to
towers.
go that far.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. We
I
teach.
feel like this is what we were doing with our spreads before. Whether right or not, I'm just saying I feel like this is what we were doing.
Yeah,
No, it wasn't on
No,
the
you know
top,
what?
it was on the
Okay.
top.
No, it was in the middle of the squares.
I'm going
Yeah.
further back because wait a minute. Holman stands like around here, so I'm like over here. we're supposed to be here and here. So and then everybody else like A, B, oops.
Yeah, I feel like this is
B,
kind of like a P1 thing where we can
D.
probably stand a lot closer than we are.
Yeah,
Well,
definitely.
like even on D though,
Actu-
Peanut, the
actually-
timing for my cooldowns is just fucking awful.
Actually, we could do more like this.
Yeah, I usually like for that for this spot over here. I wanted to.
No, wait, hold on. We could kind of do like this.
There's a lot of real estate. The biggest thing is
Right.
being in range of the healers.
I think ultimately we want to have these back around pit because we
Yeah.
want to run back into pit to collapse. And then
Yes. Yes, I would agree.
So can we establish our spots right now?
I mean,
On-
4
on
is
on the back two rows. We can mimic kind of where we want to stand.
4 is kind of where we're standing for Ionagonia. So
You need to move away from 4 because Kelvin and I are going to be close to that.
well, yes, I'm not saying we should stand on 4.
Well, why don't
but-
you stand like here? And you can still do your Tenchu Gem during the Iogonia, right?
No. My TCJ comes after the Dominion cast.
It comes back after?
No,
It's after the Dominion cast. Because it has to come with my trick, right? And the trick comes at the tail end of the Dominion cast, and we're already spread.
So,
So,
why
it's
don't
not-
you
it's
can't
not-
you can't do it at 4?
It's not a position thing, Peanut. He has to run to a tower, maybe, right?
It's a timing thing. It's if
Yeah.
I get hit first or second. Like if I get hit by the first Earth Crystal, then I can either go to the middle or I can channel TCJ before I have to move to my tower, which is what I did that time. But it was confusing because there was 3 people quote in
Right.
front because I was channeling TCJ.
Right.
So that's why I say
All right.
it's not a big deal. Just we can do the same position we've been doing. I'm just going to do TCJ last. It won't be confusing. I'll just move to the middle.
Okay.
The timing is actually just fucking giga cursed.
All right. Let's just do that for now, and then once we get
Oops.
comfortable with the clear, you can adjust later.
Yeah, like we have an hour left. I like it's not so tight that we have to have it. I'll just do it later.
The other thing I propose, since it's not very tight, you don't hold the 2 minutes all the way out for 1 minute. We can still do the 1 minute early. You can just drop the 1 minute in the bump window.
Yeah, I'm really not getting a whole lot of value out of the
Yeah,
1 minute
I think
before. We should just blast the instant we come back up.
Right.
I'm getting like no value.
Yes, let's not blow our 1 minute. I actually don't really like it. Apologies to Selena. Apologies to Selena. He's watching.
Okay, so if we blow our 1 minute as soon as he comes back, it won't be back until Dominion cast. Is that what it is?
No, well, yes, correct. So it's basically instead of hitting our 1 minute at the end of high concept, we're just gonna fart about until we get the buff. The instant we get raised, we're gonna blast everything.
I see. So basically, I'm losing a
Feels bad.
You're just
entire
gonna have
Bahamut,
to. You're
right?
just gonna have to ruin spam. But
Yeah,
but
because I'm losing
yes,
the Bahamut usage.
yes, but no. Like yes, but we should be killing
on
it
clear
before
time.
that second Bahamut even comes up anyway.
Yep.
So technically, you're not really losing it if we kill it before it even came up.
Does
No,
that mean I also have to hold my
No,
hand early?
when I reopen, I start with Phoenix if I use the 1
Right,
minute.
but when you say quote reopen, what time is that? At the end of high concept or at the beginning of the buff, the damage
After
buff?
the transition.
It's after the transition, it's quite a bit of time, right? Like 50 seconds or something. or whatever,
No, it's
or 30 seconds. Yeah, so I'm losing pretty much the entire Bahamut usage. Before I was using Bahamut and then come back open with Phoenix when we reopen at Dominion.
So if you alternate that, you'd be opening with Bahamut,
Yes.
and then
but
we should be killing it before your next Bahamut, anyways.
no, what I'm saying is, then I'll lose a Phoenix usage. Is what I'm saying.
No, you'll definitely still get the Phoenix.
No, the second Phoenix. Well, that's why Selena's saying to use it, right? Because
you lose 1 minute.
one
or
of one
minute.
of my
Yeah.
Right. Well, yes, but what I'm saying is, if we blast there, we should be killing it before that really matters.
Can we
Like-
just can we just
Yeah, we
pull?
should.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have 20
We're
minutes.
wasting a lot of. I think the main thing here is that by trying to do the delay, we're losing a lot of simulation. And until we actually get good enough at doing that, then we're potentially making it worse.
We're definitely making it harder, for damn sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
reopen.
We're trying to do all of this opener during the end, which
Yep.
is making things a lot more complicated.
Okay, so we'll hold it until after the transition, then we use our cooldowns.
Yes. The damage isn't so tight that we're not going to make it if we don't do it.
Right.
Maybe.
So, like, in theory, we lose a little bit of DPS efficiency, but we make the mechanic easier.
And eventually, when we get more geared, like we might be dropping that extra 1 minute anyway.
Oh, I guarantee we will be.
Down class. Spreading first. Stacking left. Front row. Yeah, as far as high concept 2 goes, I don't know. I blew my second wind on something. I'll hold it for that in case of Ifrit. Beta gamma.
Left side.
Left.
Second defamation. Defamation. Trying south. Complicated.
Left side.
Left side again.
I have no idea how bad I want to make a snake Mizuki.
Wow.
What about
That
what happened to
was-
only with class?
That's why I didn't.
Stay faithful.
Spread out.
Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4,
Happens to know. Class is inverted.
First one's inverted.
Front row. Stack. This one's normal. Front row.
Fire.
Fire.
Right side. Get ready for tank stuff.
Wait from tanks.
I will have home gang for this next one.
Double check all of your debuffs. Double check them. I will go west. Fancy meeting you here.
Beta
You know,
gamma.
like the last 3 times.
Right
Dodge.
side. I'll get Saudi.
All right.
Dodge defamations. Dodge, dodge, dodge. Dear. Omen will merge with class. Hell yeah.
I'm healing. I'm healing.
Stop everyone.
Whew, nice.
Third GCD, potions and cooldowns. Third GCD.
Just a regular.
Potion right away. Cooldowns now.
Spread out.
I'm not first.
Healers go up.
Going east.
I'm first.
There's 2 on east.
Yep.
Back for heals. Stay stacked. Stay stacked. Spread
Right.
down. Double check your debuffs. Move quickly.
I'm first.
East. I'm taking east.
What's
Back
one
to the
that
middle quickly for heals. Middle quickly for heals. Blast the damage. Good fucking
Well
job. Yeah.
done.
We just gotta
Yay, good
simplify
job.
the Dominion. Just hey, wait! Before we oh no, you opened the chest. Can we roll loot and then take fresh screenshots for class?
Yeah.
Hey, white mage staff.
I mean, we already opened one. Might as well fucking roll them both.
Okay.
Make it equal.
So the weapon,
We
white
can
mage,
take a screenshot with the treasure open.
white mage weapon goes to Mizu.
Hey,
Ooh.
congrats.
Make sure everybody
So,
passes on that. He
um,
can't need.
Yeah. Pass the weapon and Mizu need. We'll do that first.
Mizu
can't-
greed.
I cannot
Everyone
need.
else pass.
Misu greed.
Everyone else pass. Sorry, Peanut.
This is a cutscene, so it'll be a second.
Okay, did you get it? Everybody?
I know. So what was
So
it?
on the white mage
White
staff
mage
goes to
on the white mage
Mizu.
staff.
White
Miz-
mage staff goes to Mizu.
Thank you.
Chest goes to Peanut, Home, and Ama. Okay. Homan got the body. Weapon coffer goes to
So-
Mizu class Zuki. Mizu class Zuki.
I rolled a 17. Yeah. Congrats.
Oh my god, I
The
38.
rollers here.
Okay, Mizu got the paladin weapon mount, and everything else is hard need.
What's
Get
the
him
mount?
out! It's the dragon and phoenix.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
really cool. It's a neat mount.
When it goes
Okay.
into the air, it turns into.
Viper into yeah.
Alright.
Screenshots.
Oh,
Screenshots.
we
Twin
almost
box.
left.
Do we have a channel for clear screenshots?
Yes. It's under videos and pictures, clear pictures.
Why didn't we post any of them last time?
I was waiting for somebody to post it.
I'm bad at G-pose. I rely on other people.
Me too.
Wait. Which
Wait,
channel?
Can everybody pass? Can
There-
everybody pass
is
on
a
the
clear-
minion so we can get rid of that chest?
Peanut. The last time clear pictures has been posted was E8.
Guess she never asked for more.
Post it, you guys.
Funny.
Funny.
3 more seconds.
Sitting on Peanut's carbuncle.
Step on it.
It's squishy.
All right. Congrats, class. Thanks for the second chance.
Yeah, I got the.
You didn't have the
Onion.
minion. Nice.
Where does it come from?
Normal.
The normal
Normal.
mode.
Fuck
How many
shit.
times did you clear normals?
Okay, so
Enough for my weapon. That's it.
who got the
Oh my
body?
God, I used the bots.
Okay, so
Oh my god.
Rip.
white mage, Mason.
Oh, don't forget everyone to
Okay.
list Namazu
who
prisms for
got the
far
body?
higher.
Homan.
Omen got the body.
And
Yay.
then Mizu got the coffer, right?
I got a weapon, yeah.
Why is that pumpkin so big?
Because class is so big.
A big
Oh my
fan.
god. It's your dad gone.
Hey, wait, are we doing Unreals?
Not tonight, I hope.
Yeah, I got the Hephaestus card, God.
Are we doing Unreals tomorrow,
Oh, you
Peanut?
good?
I did.
I guess I should.
I got
should
it last
message
time.
everybody.
Congrats. Welcome to the club.
I'll be around tomorrow for Unreals. I don't think we have anything going on, right, God?
I will message everybody because that's how I track everything.
I don't. If we're doing it at the normal time, I'm probably not gonna make it because I have a magic tournament at 2.
Oh, nice.
What deck are you running?
It's a jumpstart tournament, so it's just a sealed.
Okay. So
Told me nothing.
Pioneers on Sunday. The play isn't Phoenix and Pioneer, if you know what that is.
okay. Here.
Last I played Magic, the only thing that mattered was the color. I don't know. This was like 10 years ago.
2, 3, 4, 5.
At least it's blue-red.
1, 2,
I had a short stint with MTG Arena. And that's about the extent of it.
Don't normally play on that because it's standard,
Steve.
That's fair.
and I won't buy standard for paper Magic because it rotates too often and it's
Yeah.
expensive for no reason.
Uh-huh.
I already have
So that's
enough
spent a
stupid
couple
stuff.
$100 trying to build your deck. No, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
My commander, one of my commander decks, and I have 4 of them, is worth $2,800.
Post your screenshots. I want to see. They did.
But I have a lot of old cards, and I like playing the older formats of Paper Magic. They
All right.
don't rotate.
So
Mhm.
I messaged you. I messaged everybody about Unreal, so I'll repost once I get a confirmation of everybody.
Hey, nice job tonight, guys. Do we want to
Yeah.
spend a few minutes talking about what we want to do going forward?
About what?
This.
Oh,
Oh,
Wait,
right.
Weekly
Yeah.
re-clears, DSR.
yes. So
I-
my thought
did a-
is we're gonna do a clear to get everybody their BIS. Once we get their BIS, then go back into DSR, DRS, whatever. And get 19 weapons.
Jesus.
My opinion is I'd like to get re-clears down to like just Tuesday, and then spend Wednesday, Friday working on DSR.
That's gonna cause me to burn out. Probably. That's a lot of rating. And a
But-
lot of memorizing 2 strategies.
You want to do enough to get weapons on everyone, and then have like maybe an optional sign-up rate day.
Well, we have to do 8 clears to get everybody a body. That's the problem.
I mean, 8 clears will for sure get everyone everything.
Yep.
No, we have to do 8 clears because of the body.
Well, yeah. Okay, fair point. My thought process is DSR is not going away, and no matter what way you look at it, it's a lot of rating. So my thought process is if we're committed to rating 3 days a week, we might as well do something 3 days a week, and that includes DSR. Just me personally.
The
Right.
last time we did the 8 clears, we had a little break. And then we went back into stuff.
Well, that's because there was no there was no ultimate.
I know. But if we're not gonna have a little break, then I'll have to decide if I want to keep going or not.
Any other thoughts?
I'm finally going back.
I'm
After
just
the Savage,
excited to go back.
wait,
I did some
what-
reprog this week,
What
and it
is
was
your thought as in like going back as in what? Like we clear on Tuesday and then Wednesday, Friday ultimate? Should we vote on?
I mean, if we manage to clear everything on Tuesday, I would say yeah. But I mean,
Well,
we're
we
probably
have to
gonna need a
do-
little bit of time to readjust DSR again.
Yes, that will take a little bit of time anyways, but we do have to do re-clears because until we get our BIS.
Yeah,
There's
that-
gonna
that's,
be next-
that's fine. But like
there's
Omen
gonna be
said,
next
like we're gonna
ultimate
raid
anyways.
3 days a week anyway, right? If we're
Well-
done with Savage, there's no reason not to. I think. Unless nobody wants to go.
I'm
I'm
happy
fine
with
I'm
our
fine
current
with it.
schedule or taking less time.
I'm in the same boat. I don't know what people are doing for the holidays, so
Well, if your holiday, since the raid is not on holiday schedule, if you guys have conflicting issues, please post. Otherwise, we'll continue as normal raid schedule.
Yeah, I will confirm in next couple of days, but for sure, I think the week of
You can just
Christmas.
post.
Yeah, I'm probably not.
Because I'm not gonna keep track of everybody's schedule that people kind of randomly talk about.
Do we want like a vote for the next 8 weeks as we get stuff from turn 8, and then
Okay.
after 8 weeks we can touch base again on DSR?
All right.
Yeah, my only thought process on it is like, granted, the raids aren't going anywhere, but the next ultimate's going to come out, and the sooner we clear DSR, the sooner we'll be able to jump into the next one. But also, there is a Savage coming, so
Yeah.
if it comes to pass that we do 8 weeks to finish off Pandemonium 2, and then we
We're
do
always going to be being
a little
trying
bit
to
of
catch up, and then
and we finish DSR, and then we do the next Savage tier, then we do the
Yeah,
next Ultimate. That's
we have to-
fine.
we always reprog every time Savage comes out.
I just, yeah, my opinion is it would be good to get DSR out of the way before the next Savage. And my opinion is that I think that's totally doable. Like, honestly, where we stopped
so
for
too.
Savage, we're at the hard part of the fight. Like,
Yeah.
it's just putting in the reps. Like, I did a little bit of reprogging with a friends group this week on tank, and it's like genuinely like death of the heavens. Like, we stopped at the hard part of the fight. Like, I
Did you
think
clear?
we didn't, but I think we're closer to being done than people can think.
Do we want to consider sim days instead of jumping straight in? If we
Oh, that might help.
absolutely.
That
Phase
that
3
will
review.
we'll go through that, and then use the raid days for some if we want to review stuff. But
I think it just boils
we-
down to if we want to commit the days to DSR at all.
right.
Like, me personally, I would be fine getting DSR out of the way. Maybe dabbling in the next Ultimate, but not really getting too serious until after the next Savage. Because, like, DSR is going to take us a while. I have no, like, disillusion about that. Like, that's going to be some time.
Yeah, I'm okay with that too. So, as we do our reclears, and we have to get a BIS because of the next Ultimate, we need this BIS.
is it gonna be at this item?
Yes.
Okay.
This gear will go towards the next Ultimate. And previous Savage will be for DSR.
I mean, one other thing to point out is that if we're talking about just needing this for Ultimate, we don't technically need that when Ultimate drops. Because if we're doing
That's
DSR
true.
for
It's
Wild
gonna
Card,
be it's gonna be synced, so it doesn't
Yeah.
matter. Yeah.
So we could alternatively stop with the re-clears, which kind of sucks.
Well, to an extent. In theory, I just use my chest on Ninja, but I still need a chest for Dancer, which means we need to go for 8 clears.
Right. No, what I'm saying is that's for the 6.3 Ultimate, right? Not DSR.
Yeah.
So
But what he's saying
will
that by
we
the
need-
time we get there,
Oh,
there's gonna be
yes.
new gear that we can just sync it, and then we don't even need to use this
This gear.
Savage.
No, the current gear will still be best in slot for sure because of materia. It'll be that it's unlocked and we can just.
No, they
No, they're
made
probably
it.
gonna be
depends
new
on when we're going into it.
There's probably gonna be new dungeon gear.
No,
mean, probably
not even dungeon gear, but they made it so that when you sync, it syncs to relatively to where materials won't even make a huge difference.
Oh, did they finally fix the materia problem?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, when
There's
did they
also
do that?
potential for relic to activate this.
That's minor though. But
So
but
okay,
we're
Yeah, my point is like
pointing
relic
out- we're pointing out.
could be easier to get.
so you're saying the question is, are we gonna finish the 8 weeks?
That is an open question.
Well, now 6 weeks.
Yeah, I'd rather just finish that. We put aside DSR to do Savage, so why would we not finish Savage and put aside Savage and do DSR? It doesn't make any sense to me.
We could finish our 8 weeks, but
Well, the thing is, one doesn't exclude the other. That's
Correct.
because we're probably, I mean, unless we troll, we're probably gonna be done with Savage reclears on Tuesdays.
Tuesday or Wednesday.
Yeah.
so at rate,
So that leaves 1 to 2 more days of either we don't do anything or we go to.
Yeah, we could jump into DSR at that point.
Well, yeah, like they're saying.
I think that
So
was the suggestion.
so weekly we're gonna do our weekly clear, right? Tuesday or Wednesday at most, and then the
Yes.
remaining time, Wednesday and Friday, we'll go into DSR. Yes, is that what
Yeah.
we're saying?
That was my assumption, yes.
Yeah, same.
And then once we finish
Or
our
for
8,
both, make sure that everyone's fully on board with
sure.
that.
So and then once we clear all the Savage, make sure everyone gets their BIS for 8 weeks, then we'll go fully into DSR.
My biggest worry is that 6.3 is Paladin rework.
Ah, yes. That's right.
So everything's gonna change for you.
Yeah,
Ah,
You'll be fine, Mizu. I have total faith in you.
I don't know. I quit Paladin and Heaven's Word.
Maybe you could go back to Dark Knight.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, Dark Knight's pretty fucking good in DSR.
Yeah, but no
Yeah.
matter what, I look angry fine.
Yeah.
I
Well,
mean, we've taken enough
that-
of a break that no
that-
matter what you do, we're looking at a reprog.
No, I mean,
That-
that's 6.3 drops.
That we'll worry about it when it comes, right?
Yeah.
It's really, we'll
So-
see how much it changes for Mizu, and we'll take a vote on this. So
So
I'll
then I
post
think, I think the immediate question then, correct me, Peanut, is should we do 0 DSR until we're done farming, or should we do
we're gonna-
DSR after farm nights?
After Savage is over.
Yeah.
So if we take all 3 days to do Savage and we just do
Then
Well,
there's
if
no
it-
DSR. But if we take 1 day, it should be 2 days of
then
DSR.
the
I think
rest.
that's the question.
Yeah.
right. Basically, we're keeping the raid day as is, right?
Oh, the schedule? Yeah. I mean, for me, it's
Right. That's our normal raid schedule. We're not
Yeah.
changing. All right. I'll post and then we'll see how it goes.
Thank you, Peanut.
Okay.
Nice job tonight, everyone.
Good
yay.
job, class.
Yes.
Congrats on clear too.
Yep, congrats on
Yay.
clearing.
Congrats on clear 1 class.
Hmm.
My cat
Heaven's
keeps
Word.
loafing around the house.
Loafing. Isn't that what cats do?
Yeah. But now that it's cold, I think he's staying away from the doors and windows.
Cat's sleeping.
Hmm?
She'll wake up soon. She'll want food. Even though she has food all the time, she still bugs me for food.
Which is it which material is it right now that's used for potions? Is it the
Mistletoe.
mistletoe? Okay, thank you. I have been capped on tomes for a while, and I should probably buy something.
Could have gotten so much money with that.
You're not buying relics?
Damn right, man. I am on Realm Reborn,
At my farming.
Hildebrand, so I need to at some
Yeah.
point. catch
I'm
up
on
with
Heaven's Word, Hildebrand.
Me too. I'm on Heaven's Word Hildebrand.
I don't even know where to
It's
start
pretty
it.
good. You get Gigi.
Ah, yes, his long lost son.
Yes.
Spoilers. I don't even know why you sent me a message about Unreal Peanut. Like, thank you, but also, I'm just gonna send you a gift that says yes.
Yeah, but later on when I look at who's coming, I'm not gonna remember. Oh, who did I talk to this person or not? Right?
And then when you look at who's coming 5 minutes beforehand and Homan's still asleep, you're gonna yell at me because you rightfully so.
Music Cabin.
Then I replace you.
That did happen.
Yes, I had to sub in for you.
I'm very sorry. I'm sure it was painful.
I had no idea. I was on DPS. Never did on DPS.
You're fine. You did fine.
Oh my god, I love looking at my retainers after forgetting about them for like a couple weeks. They come back with money. Oh, people are really selling mistletoes for 7,000 apiece? What the fuck?
Yup.
Oh, I really have been missing out.
Wait, the potion might be cheaper than that.
Exactly.
My server has like 8 listed at 7,000, so I'm not going to be that guy.
I wish I could get tomes without having massive amounts of lag.
You want to do an ult? Or you want to not an ultimate? Yeah, you want to do an ultimate? You want to do a dungeon, and I'll just like not care if you're lagging.
No, it's fine right now. It's just like usually what I used to do for tomes is if it wasn't like a rush, when I got off work, it'd be log on, do a few dailies, then chill until raid. Now it's too much lag, too annoying. Just do
Bro, I
whatever.
haven't capped causality tomes in a while. Does anybody want to do a dungeon? And you know what? I
No.
don't. I was gonna say I don't blame any of you, but sure, let's invite.
I am tired. I was baking all day. I'm tired.
Ooh,
Where's my
what'd you
cake?
make? What did you bake?
It's not done yet. I gotta put ganache in tomorrow.
Yeah, but what is it?
I'll send you a picture. 1 second.
Well, what is it?
It's a secret.
It's called tigre matcha.
Wow, sounds good. I say that, but I have no idea what you said. There's a matcha. Like, oh, this is great.
Is it like a pastry? It's a cake.
Like a little mini cake thing. Why doesn't my copy paste first? Uh-oh. There you go. It looks like that. It's a little pastry thing. Mini cake? I don't know.
Oh,
Oh, it looks like a lava cake kind of. Except it's like a bowl.
Yeah, it's more bold. Pre-exploded lava cake.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
gonna say lava cakes are pretty solid till you cut into them.
Exploded.
Matcha tigre. What is this, like Japanese Spanish infusion? Tigre would be tiger.
Yeah, apparently the base thing is called tigre because it's got chocolate chunks in it, so it looks like tigers or whatever. This one
Somebody
uses
just decided let's use the Spanish word for
yes,
that.
Oh, it's
yes.
also French.
Is tigre also French? Okay.
No, it's you say it differently, but it's written the same way.
How do you say it in French?
Tigre.
I'm sorry, come again?
Tigre.
That does not type out to TIGRE.
That's French for you.
That's because ER.
My mother's French, and she knows French and can speak it. So it's like I'm like French adjacent, but I don't speak a fucking lick of French.
As you have displayed earlier today.
Yes.
Un, deux, trois, quatre.
Gotcha.
I don't fucking know how you pronounce that.
Cat.
Like it's very clear I know the word. I just don't know how it's pronounced.
Hit
Also,
torso?
I'm from Texas, so give me a break. Like that is how a Texan would pronounce it.
Okay, I'm
Uh,
gonna go eat and stuff.
Bye.
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 Bye, Peanut.
Right.
Don declines the party invite.
Oh my god. How rude.
Not just timeout, but straight up declined.
Was he like instancing or something?
Oh,
Or,
I
like,
don't know.
like porting.
I was recording. I don't know why that would decline.
I got the loading
Rude.
screen. Would it?
I would just, I don't know. My only assumption is that it came as soon as they hit the port, so it just auto declined so we could teleport.
Okay,
So it
which
didn't cancel our
healer can I
teleport.
best play?
I'll go, I guess.
Oh, all warrior group. Let's go.
Hell yeah.
I mean, we could.
I don't want to be a warrior.
All right, Suki, go warrior.
I don't want to be a warrior.
Trash packs will just get obliterated. I'll go scholar. Zuki go DPS. Gon go tank.
Okay,
To be
switch
honest,
roles.
I'm a warrior.
Like I get
I
that
do.
threat.
Yeah.
All right, Zuki D. Yeah, hell yeah. Double
Double
summoner.
summoner.
I don't have a lot of gear on this class because I didn't open my coffers yet.
Bro, my scholar set is 589. Okay,
Whatever,
so
it's expert. Who cares?
it doesn't matter.
I would go red mage, but I hate having to stand and cast.
Let me know
rolling.
when you're done with that hunt, Gon.
Oh, I'm good.
All right, we'll just get the level sync dungeon anyhow.
Probably. Yep. The wrong button? Oh, dear lord. Do I not remember any of my fucking buttons? Gon, come back.
You don't
It's
have-
okay, Holman.
Gon, come back. I need resuscitation before it wears off. It wore off.
Oh my god.
It's fine. The only button he needs are war.
You're not entirely wrong. About the only buttons I'm going to press is Sacred Soil and Whispering Dawn.
Did I save my Searing Light for like the next big like Phoenix or Bahamut, or should I just use it?
Oh, I used mine on that last pull.
Yeah, I know, but that lines up with Bahamut for us.
You should
Yeah.
just alternate each Bahamut and Phoenix then.
I don't think it matters too much.
No, Zuki, you have to optimize the dungeon. If you're not sweat lording it, then what's the point?
Pretty sure Home's still uploading.
I mean, I cast one between packs.
I hate this boss. I'm confused where to stand.
How do you
Hmm?
where you're supposed to go? And
He You
I
just
don't
look at
know.
which way they curl. That's really all I know. Don't quote me on it, but I think it has something to do with like they go clockwise of where they spawn or something like that.
I feel like there's something like that. There's definitely ones that I've run with that know where to go.
I mean, that might just be your boy Cactusbot.
There. I hate that flame bar makes me panic whenever it goes to now.
I don't want to do it again.
And you won't have to.
I'm assuming no one wants
I just usually just greed for COs, but I don't really care.
Lamb.
Nah.
I want everything.
I want well, I want that. Oh, never mind. Oh my God. I guess I'm not getting it. It's so joking, it's not a big deal.
Vivi, I'm sorry you had to find out today that me and Klaus have a love affair.
Oh.
Is he still here? Did he leave?
Today, I just came back.
He's still here. Oh, perfect
If
timing.
we've been now.
For how long has this been going on?
Oh, you know, a couple weeks. Me and Klaus will make snakes whenever we can.
God. That sounds really bad.
What are you thinking of?
I don't know. What are you thinking of?
I'm thinking of making snakes.
Uh-huh. Haha, they're mine.
Someone knows what snakes I'm talking about.
Bumping uglies.
Excuse me?
Did he stutter?
I do not want to use my Bahamut. Try disaster. Ruin.
I will energy drain for you. God, I don't play Scholar enough, and every single time I do, I always fucking forget about Chain Strat. Like, that's the first time I've used it this whole dungeon.
In dungeons, it's more irregular.
I mean, you just use it on bosses, but still.
You could do it on if there's a beefy trash in the first pull, and it'd probably be up for the next boss. But in instances, I'm like, so, I keep my eye on my Aether flow always, so that's kind of my timer for all my cooldowns.
Last time I played Scholar in any real capacity, we didn't have all these buttons.
I miss old Scholar, where I just hit rouse every now and then.
This old Scholar
Getting-
where I just put on Cleric Stance, put up some dots, and let my fairy do all the shit.
Yeah, you had rouse in Realm Reborn, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you put on Cleric Stance and you just fucking put up dots.
Yeah. You hit rouse on
what?
cooldown.
You hit Rouse on cooldown, you Whispering Dawn.
Remember Celine's AoE Izuna? I
Were
miss
we
the
gonna
weird
play a
niche
game of
fairies.
chicken? Holman, were you trying to play a game of chicken to see who would move first?
Oh, because you never move until after the first AoE.
What if we both went the same direction?
Then I would have probably kept moving. I have Ruin too. First set of lasers is a bait anyways, because it doesn't go off till the second set. Very first raid I ever did was actually on Scholar. I did Coil turn 1 as Scholar. Are you gonna die or are you gonna hit us? There you go.
I wish I could play Scholar in my first raid group because everyone wanted to heal.
Let me just say, healing turn 1 when everyone was in Darklight gear was a fucking nightmare. Just like every tank was dead in 3 autos.
Yep.
Everyone was fucking dying all the time. It was a mess.
I started raiding during the Myth gear, so God, remember when the gear you bought at Tonestones was one job locked?
Because there was all the artifact gear.
Yeah.
Yeah, true. If you're buying like ranged DPS gear, it's just Bard. If you're buying like melee leather gear, it's just Monk. Now that I think about it, the only overlap that really sucked was tanks, healers, and magic.
Hmm.
Leroy!
What was Holy's old potency? Like fucking 600 or some shit?
No, it wasn't that high. It was
I think it was more than Flare.
no, it was not a whole lot higher than it is now. It was only like 180.
No, it was absurdly high. I remember because white mages and black mages were basically what you brought for AoE.
It just felt like white mages had a lot of AoE because they were one of the few jobs that had like a consistent button to do AoE. Like they could do AoE on every GCD. Not very many jobs could actually do that. Also, keep in mind 168 potency in Realm Reborn was like a lot. Like back then, the highest potency ability in the game was like Fester at 300 and Flare at like 320. And I think Dragoons had like a 310 something.
I remember the transpose flare.
You remember the transpose flare potion flare?
You could infinitely flare with transpose from getting the blizzard tick in fire. Um,
Pretty much the only job I played in Realmborn was the only job I played seriously was Summoner
yeah.
because they were super fucking good.
I was summoner up until I think 9, and then I left the group and was scholar in PF. And summoner 7, so fun back in the old day.
Oh dear fucking lord, yes, I played a Summoner in 7.
All tapping off the Renault to see if one of them was falling off. Like fuck.
Oh, I was a complete scumbag on 7. I would so I figured out pretty early on that if you stack them, they would stop spawning after 4 are on the map. So if you could
Yeah.
stack 4 Renauds,
And then keep them all facing north while you petrified them, and you avoided the gaze.
well, so it didn't matter what direction you faced them as long as they were all stacked in one little tight stack. If they weren't tightly stacked, then they wouldn't all get petrified, but they were all like perfectly in the spot they would. So here was the scumbag part is the only things that that killed them was any ability with initial damage. If you just did something that applied a dot,
Yeah.
but didn't initial, which was Bio 1 and Bio 2. Miasma had the upfront damage and would kill them, but you could Miasma, Bio 2, every single one that runs into the stack, Miasma 2 to root them, Bio 1, Bio 2.
Were you just hitting your numbers
then,
up?
then Bane onto the petrified stack. And then throughout the fight, occasionally you could Bane or you could Bio 1, Bio 2 Bane the stack and just pad the fuck out of the Renault.
Oh my god.
And then you look at ACT, and there was no FF logs then. You could look at ACT at the end and just be like, the summoner is doing double the damage of everyone else. You're like, what?
Thanks
But
for the
yeah,
party. Gonna go.
Thank you.
Good night.
Miasma for rooting those Renauds was just like, oh, that was so fun. Just yes. 7 was the fight where as a summoner you just felt like the cornerstone of the party because you're doing like all of the mechanics. Whereas for the healers you're like just please face south. That's all you got to do. Because one healer would always get the breath.
Yeah.
It was a fun fight. And then doing 8 on progression and having to do 11 minutes of that fight over and over and over because you didn't have the DPS check. Oof. That was brutal.
Is that the punching dummy one?
Avatar.
Yeah.
I still think, unironically, that might be one of the best design fights they've ever put in the game.
Bard mandatory.
Well, like, it had a lot of mechanics. And a bunch of the mechanics were very boring. Like, okay, missiles, like mines, soak the mines. But the interesting part about it was, like, all of the towers and how many different ways there were to, like, manage your way through the different sets of towers. And then when they released the Savage mode, it was like, okay, suddenly, like, this is a real fucking fight. Like, holy shit. Like, Savage T8, I think. Like, Savage T8 when it was new is probably harder than Uwu, Ultima Weapon Ultimate. And possibly tied with Ukab for how difficult that fight actually was. Like, hands down for a Savage fight, that is probably the hardest Savage ever released. Like, that fight was fucking brutal.
I never did the Savage turn second coil. What was different about that?
With 6, not a whole lot. It was just more. So with 6, it was you got like 2 Bs, and then at the end, like the phase where the little flowers drop happened sooner. Like a lot, pretty early on, the pug strat with 6 was just like with the normal mode was just LB the flowers and kill them, and then skip the second set, and then just kill the boss. But by the time, like with Savage mode, all the flower shit would start at like 60%, so you actually had to manage it for a really, really long time. With 7 was just harder in every fucking way. 7 was insane on Savage because like 2 Renauds would spawn at once. Like 2 different people would get shrieks. So you'd have to do kind of like what we do in P8. You'd have to have like 2 people kite Renauds at once, and then you'd have to petrify them both and then shriek on the outsides of the party in the middle. Well, that was extra spicy because the tank had to bring the boss into the middle, but the boss was also doing like the AoEs, which would hit everyone. Like everything about 7 was just a lot harder. Like the room, the floor AoEs that would cut off like a third of the room at a time would start at like 70%. 2 Renauds would start at 70%. It was just like everything about 7, but more. 8 was kind of the same thing. On 8, 2 towers would start at the beginning of the fight, and then it would be 3 towers at like 70%. On Savage, it was like 3 towers at the very beginning of the fight, and then 4 towers would be active at any time by like 80% on the boss. You'd get 2 Allegan fields at the same time. It was just a lot of like, it was 8 was a insane amount of like adjusting, flexibility, managing, and just like shielding the fuck out of people. Because yeah, with 8 it was highly dependent on who got the fields, who got the missiles, who could soak towers. Like tank mechanics were still going, and you had to manage like 4 towers at once, which meant more health debuffs, like more nukes. It like 8 was brutal to the point. Also, the timing between the Allegan fields was really tight. Like an Allegan field would go off, and the boss would immediately be casting another Allegan field. So you had to be triggering like the AOE towers like the instant Allegan fields went off. So you had to like field tower field.
No, we're making the bard do all the mechanics for the party.
Yes, correct. It was literally like everyone was doing mechanics. It even got to the point where, because there's 4 towers and they're going off so often, even people with Allegan Field were going and soaking towers. So like so much of it was like, okay, is your scholar shielding like fucking like a madman? 9 honestly wasn't that bad. A lot of the 9 Savage mechanic. Have you done Ukop?
No.
A lot of the 9 Savage mechanics just went directly into the nail phase in Ukab. Like there was 2 new dragon types. There was a Doom dragon and a Holy dragon. And you would get a Doom, and there would be a Holy bait, and then you would just like bait the thing. And there would be more, like in the first phase, there would be like more meteors, and you just had to handle them. Like in the first phase, there was just a tighter DPS check. You had to push the boss before the 7th meteor, or you were just dead. And then in the last phase, there was just 2 new dragon types, and honestly, 9 was probably the easiest one. like as far as like difficulty goes, 9 was the easiest, 6 was the second easiest, 7 was the second hardest, 8 was by far the hardest. Like Turn 8 Savage genuinely might be one of the hardest non-ultimate fights ever released. That fight was brutal. Like you can watch videos of people trying to do it min-eye level today and still wiping.
Is it possible to clear DPS with midnight level?
Oh, by a fucking mile. Like DPS today is way up compared to back
Yeah,
in
I guess the
War.
potencies are just.
Oh yeah, like every ability has like double the potency what it had in Realm Reborn. Like I'm being serious when I say like the highest potency abilities in Realm Reborn was like Fester and Flare. That was it. Like Fester at like 300, Fire 3 was like 280, Flare was I think like 320 or 350 or something like that.
Also, no MP and TP negative classes.
Yes, that's a good point. There's no TP. Healers didn't need Mana Song. There's no Faux Requiem. There's more synergy today. Like
Someone needed Mana Song.
Like today, well, but today they have Lucid Dreams, so they're like,
Yeah.
Like today, they should buff all the Realm Reborn stuff by like 50% health at minimum if they wanted to make it even remotely reasonable, like remotely, like relevant again. But that's my point. Like turn 8, even at min-eye level, you're still going to spend 5 minutes killing the boss instead of 10 minutes. But that's still 5 minutes of you doing mechanics. Like it's still challenging today. But then to go back and do it like in patch 2.4 was like, what the fuck? That was a hard fight. Like my group spent solid 4 months on it. We never cleared it.
I think in the first T13 clear I had, poison potions made the difference between the clear.
My first T12 clear, we ran double summoner instead of double monk and abused the Blackfires.
Oh, with the Eggies.
Well, so because the Blackfires originally,
Oh yeah, you could
when you
gain them
spread
all.
when you spread the white fires, they took bonus damage, and they changed it to reduce their max health instead. But what we were doing, we were just like triple stacking one of the fires, putting dots on with potions, spreading them, baning them to the boss, and then using Garu to extend the dot. And then just like literally tripling our damage done. And then they nerfed that, unfortunately, but they nerfed it after we'd already killed it, so we had the gear. So
I miss the niche Eggy usages.
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily call it niche. It was literally just Garuda is the best in literally every scenario. There's like no case where you.
There is an
one
era
case.
Fritz with the spike shield.
Which one?
Ifrit had like Radiant Aegis or something. There's an era where people were using Ifrit.
You would use in Realm Reborn. You would use Ifrit on T11 if you're fighting. In the T11 intermission, one of the little cubes was resistant to magic but weak to slashing. So you would summon Titan, or not Titan, Ifrit for that. But otherwise, it was pretty much like Garuda was always better.
Yeah.
I think at one point in Heaven's Word that was different, but not in Realm Reborn.
And Stormblood had fucking 10% magic Vuln on Garuda for 10 seconds every 60 seconds.
Yeah, which is a weird, like, okay, we're going to take away Contagion, but we're going to give you that? Like, wait, what?
Summoners are now a ninja.
I really just want them to re-add a dot class to the game. Heavensward Summoner was so fucking fun. Like Realm Reborn Summoner was fun just because it was like, okay, the whole class is dot management. And then Heavensward Summoner was really fun because it was like, okay, you're still dot management, but you also have this nuke and you also have this like little window where you can further optimize your dots. And then like I played exclusively Summoner in Realm Reborn for all of Realm Reborn, like every patch for like 2 years straight. Heavensward came out and I kind of got back into WoW a bunch. I didn't play it as heavily, but I like Heavensward Summoner was still really fun. It was everything that was fun about Heavensward just better. And then Stormblood Summoner came out. I played it for about 2 levels and said, "What the fuck is this?" and just quit entirely. Like completely quit Stormblood because I was like, "This is garbage. What the fuck did you do to my job?" Like Stormblood release Summoner was awful. I mean, I think it went through like what 3 reworks in the like period of Stormblood alone.
I remember hating Dark Arts because you need to press it so often, but now I kind of miss it.
Yes, I do agree with that. Dark Arts, Heavensward Dark Knight was fun, but needing to match like Dark Arts between like every like Abyssal Drain, for instance, was pretty obnoxious. But being able to just mash Abyssal Drain was really fun.
Yeah. You were so good in dungeon runs. You were like the new old warrior.
Yes, absolutely. Like, oh, I have mana, I have Abyssal Drain. Spam, spam. I did pretty good damage too.
Yeah.
Is Ama still here?
And eaten and replaced with rabbits.
With rabbits?
Yeah.
Like rabbits or rabbids?
Both.
I actually bought what is it? Mario versus Rabbids,
The XCOM
like
raving rabbits.
like yeah, Kingdom Battle, like fucking like 7 years ago for the Switch or whenever that came out, and then I just never played it.
I hear good things about that game.
Same thing. I have heard wonderful things about that game. I've heard it's like um a lot like Advanced Battle, which people really liked on the old DS, and then I just for whatever reason I just never got around to playing it.
You have to watch Mario snipe a fool.
Yeah, all I know is Mario has like a fucking Samus or Mega Man cannon, arm cannon. Literally all I know about it. I was gonna ask if she's played the new Strangers of Paradise DLC yet. Oh, that and that there's like Princess Peach Rabbit. Because that's on the cover. And she's got the DreamWorks smirk. You know what I'm referring to that, right?
I don't know.
Where like every single character in DreamWorks looks like this.
Oh. Okay. The B movie.
Like every character in DreamWorks looks like that. Like, why? Have you been following the Russia-Ukraine stuff?
Not anything recent. Well, they've been having the energy, right?
Follow-up question: have you ever played the Stalker games?
I've heard of them, but no.
Apparently, Russian, I guess their equivalent of like the CIA or the FBI, accidentally killed 3 men who were just cosplaying Stalker with airsoft.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Ugh.
that's fucked up. Where'd you go on your trip for 3 weeks, by the way?
Um,
I'm assuming it was like a work trip or something.
no. My mom was meeting up with a bunch of her friends, so we went to Kyoto, then Osaka, then Kanazawa, then Fukuoka.
Like on vacation?
Yeah.
That's fucking sick.
Mm.
When you say your mom's friends, are you guys like is your family like originally from Japan or something?
No, she's from Hong Kong, but she doesn't want to go back to Hong Kong recently, so been meeting up in Japan as a vacation.
Okay. How'd you enjoy your trip?
I mean, I was chaperoning for most of it, so yeah, but I had a good time.
Were you kind of like on the back half of it, going like, okay, I'd like to go home now?
Yeah. I agreed to a week, and then she booked tickets for 3 weeks, and I'm like, oh, okay.
I mean, do you speak any of the language, or is it literally just you're like, okay, well, I'm just a tourist like everyone else?
Just a tourist.
Did you like fit in like not a tourist, or could they tell that you're like not a tourist, that you are a tourist?
I mean, it seemed pretty normal to be a tourist there.
Okay. I'm just saying, like I've I have a very narrow worldview. I lived in New York, not New York City, like upstate New York until I was 6, and I've lived in Texas ever since, in like unfortunately like one little like area of Texas. So like my worldview is disappointingly narrow. So when for me it's like if I were to go visit another country, I would just be terrified that everyone just would look at me like, "Oh, stupid American tourists."
I think Japan more than pretty much any other place probably is kind of structured around, being open to tourists. There are so many information desks, like, at every single location.
Was it a case of like not knowing the local language wasn't that big a deal?
Almost every sign had English underneath it as well. And I use like extensive use of Google Maps basically to get everywhere.
Do you think that's like a function of the area? Like if you were to go further north or south, that wouldn't be the case? Or
I think it's anywhere urban would definitely have English alongside Japanese. I think the more like rural places or kind of the more like dinery for the local places are just usually have just Japanese.
I wonder how that makes the natives feel.
Yeah.
Are they okay with just, oh, our country is kind of, I don't know if co-opted is the right word, or just like, oh, our country is just kind of overrun by tourists, so we just have to have English? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I have the exact same anxiety of being like a bad tourist.
Like on one hand, if I were to go visit somewhere, I would have like you say, the anxiety of like, oh, I don't want to be a dumb American. But the entire time I'm there, I'm gonna be a dumb American. Right? To the point where I'm just like, if I'm gonna go on vacation, I'm just gonna go to like Colorado instead. It just seems like less stress. Like I would love to go to like Amsterdam or something, but at the same time, I'm also just like,
Yeah, I would just like really want a friend who can translate or something.
Like, okay, the one place I would actually really love to go vacation at would be like Reykjavik in Iceland. Like that would be like, to me, I think that would be fucking cool. But at the same time, like like you say, I have the anxiety of just being like a dumb American tourist. Like I don't even know what I would do when I get there. I would just like get there and be like, okay, I want to go see a mountain and just fucking chill.
Just get lost in mountains and now you're a native. Your local cryptid.
Like Iceland just seems like a. I'm sure there's horrible things. I'm sure there's. Okay, I shouldn't say horrible. I'm sure there's rough parts about it, but it just seems like it'd be like a really cool place to like grow up and live. Like I live in Dallas, and I live in the ever expanding suburbs of Dallas. When my family moved to Texas, holy fuck, 28 years ago, we were like firmly in the country. Like there was nothing around us. Nearby, every single road was a four-way stop. There was like a gas station and like a Blockbuster and like nothing. There was no restaurants, no anything. Very few people. Like we were firmly in the country. And now like suburbia has grown near, around, and past where I live. And so it's been very strange going from like what was once like nature to now just a concrete one, like just concrete from every fucking direction. And so part of me is like, I just want to get the fuck out of like suburban anything. So to go to a place that will just like, not forever, but for a long time, just be nature. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Just live the eternal urge to just live in a farm out in nowhere.
It's just some areas it's only a matter of time, and then other areas are like, okay, that's just the way of life, right?
Mm.
And I would just love to go back to a place where it's like that's just the way of life. And I feel like there's not very many places like that in the United States that are left. Like it's only a matter of time until everything becomes a suburban nightmare again. I don't know, they got a little deep. I'm sorry.
Fingers crossed the housing market pops.
I mean, yes and no.
Mm.
Like I've owned my house since 2012, so it's like on one hand, I don't know. It's weird because I would love for it to pop like the week after I move, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like even if it pops, like I'm still gonna make money on my house. Not that big a deal, but I don't know, it's weird. Like let's say the housing bubble does pop. Where the fuck do I go? I mean, where are you guys at? Like somewhere in the east, right?
Yeah, I'm in Toronto.
Sorry, I have another buddy in Toronto, and he always corrects me as like, "No, it's Toronto," and I'm like, "I can't pronounce that."
Yeah, there was a bit where people didn't understand what I was saying. I was like, "What's wrong with you guys? I'm just saying Toronto."
Where are you from? Toronto, and you're like, "What?" Yeah, imagine Canada has. Well, okay, you know what? It reminds me, fucking housing in Montreal is ridiculous. I know that's not Toronto, but I
It's
have a
like your
buddy.
Vancouver is like a big thing there.
I have a buddy that lives around Montreal, and he's like, he's just renting an apartment. He's like, man, I'd love to buy a house, but there's no fucking way. I imagine Toronto's not much better.
Yeah. A lot of people live like around it.
I mean, he was telling me that houses there is like, you know, a half-acre lot is like $1 million,
Mm-hmm.
and that's like California all over again. Here's what confuses me: Burlington is a place in Vermont and Canada.
There's also London, Ontario.
I was actually born in Vermont. I was born in I don't know, someplace in northern Vermont, pretty close to the Canadian border. And my family moved to New York, and then we moved to Texas. That's a big move from New York to Texas in the mid '90s.
No, my level 6 tincture macro doesn't work anymore. I need to make a new one.
You're what?
Grade 6 tincture macro.
You have a macro for your potions?
Yeah.
Oh, for crafting it. That makes more sense. I have yet to level my crafter. My crafter is level 89, and then I like it. So it was weird. Like I got a new job in February. Like my last job, I was maybe doing an hour's worth of work a day. And part of me is like, why did I leave that job? I was doing no work and making money. Like I could sleep through most of the day. But I picked up a new job where yes, I'm making more money. I'm also working way more hours. And I don't really have as much time to just like sit there and play Final Fantasy during work all day. And I'm dumb, and I just like I made my crafter on an alt account because I didn't want to like
No.
like okay, everyone is like that's the dumbest idea. Why did you do that? And to me, I'm like it's easier for me to organize, and also I can just auto hotkey that bitch while I play the game normally.
You gotta get an accomplice to ferry all your mats across.
Well, I mean, it's like it's in the same free company, so like I just dump shit in company chests, right?
Very handy.
But then, so I got it to level like 88, 89. I was in Ultima Thule on it. And then I switched jobs, and then I just haven't touched it since. Like, I haven't even logged into that account in 6 months. One of these days, I need to get around to doing that. And then, like, actually, like, start crafting stuff. But part of me is also like, okay, what did I miss? How many gear sets do I need to make? Do I just need to make one gear set? Is there another gear set coming in 6.3? Should I wait?
I mean, you could just get a friend to craft it for you, and then just jump to the latest set.
Well, even that, I'm pretty sure like the blue, is there a blue set out right now? Like that's probably good enough to make stuff. Not ideal, but I just need to make it.
Yeah, it's not great, but there's usually people who also make rotations for script gear.
Yeah, exactly. Like as long as it fits in a macro, I can literally just auto hockey it.
There's also a quick launcher plugin that lets you chain multiple macros, so even if it's a long one, you can chain them together.
I have yet to delve into quick launcher add-ons and stuff. If I was going to, I probably would with an alt account just because there's like zero risk.
Mm-hmm.
Now I know everyone says, "Oh, there's no risk with like the current UI add-ons," but at the same time, if Final Fantasy, like if Square wanted to add detection for that and start banning tomorrow, they could. I know everyone's
been nervous, but I don't think there's. I think it's mostly out of other users piling on reports and coordinated harassment schemes more than anything else.
Yes, absolutely. For a while, it was like when the official stance was like, "Don't talk." Like when the official stance was like, "We can't stop you from doing it, just don't tell anyone." And then everyone like blew that up into a really big fucking deal, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. This comes from the stance of World of Warcraft, where I did have an account banned for using an auto hotkey thing. Like at the beginning of the Legion expansion of WoW, I had an account that I was playing a warrior, and at the time, the warrior rotation was like it was giga degenerate. It was I'm not joking when I say okay. So like the highest APM job in Final Fantasy is around 42 to 44 right now, and that's like ninja, right?
Yeah.
Like at the time I was playing warrior in Legion, and the APM was around 90.
Also, World of Warcraft's a 1 second GCD, right? Not a 2.5.
1.5. And it scales with haste. The difference being that the spec of warrior I was playing had multiple OGCDs that didn't have a cooldown that consumed your primary resource, and every single time you consumed your primary resource, you had a chance to proc a buff that made your next ability, like next major ability, free and generate resource. So you basically took every single ability that could physically consume resource, no matter whether it was like damage efficient or not, and you dumped it in between every fucking GCD. It was like worth it to just massively dump resources to fish for that damage buff. And that meant pressing like 2 to 3 OGCD buttons between like every fucking cooldown, every GCD, and that was with a decent amount of haste. So like it was genuinely like 90 APM, maybe 45 of those were GCDs, and the other half was just like mashing like 345, 345, 345 in between every fucking button. And within like 2 days, my hands started to hurt, and I was like,
Yeah.
"Fuck this!" And I just made like a macro that every single time I pressed the button that I needed to spam the OGCDs afterwards. I was like, "Okay, just push the fucking buttons," because you would hit your major button, and then you would press all the OGCDs, waiting for the other major button to reset based on the spent. So you just hit that, mash it, and then press your 1 and mash the 2. So I made a macro, like literally, it was a Razer Synapse mouse macro. I did that for maybe 3 weeks. My main account got banned for it.
And how long?
6 months.
Oh,
It was brutal. So while I know that Final Fantasy has a lot more lax for it, and if you were to get banned, it's probably like 3 days to 1 week. I'm like, part of me is also like, I'm not fucking with that shit.
yeah.
I don't mind things that read game output. Like ACT just reads network logs and file logs. It's not actually modifying the game. The quick launcher stuff is like actually modifying game processes, and that's where I'm like, if they wanted to ban for it, they could. Yeah, and that was just rough because then WoW, it was like, okay, my account got banned, but I still wanted to play the game, so I had to like make a second account, catch up with the rest of the raid. Like I was caught up by the second raid of the expansion, but it was rough.
Was it just a service account ban, not an IP ban?
Yeah, it was just an account ban.
Hmm.
I mean, Blizzard has no problem banning your main account and having you literally give them money again to just like,
Yeah.
like what, like they would be insane to give you an IP ban. Like, no, they're just gonna ban your account. Just be like, okay, give us more money to make a second account. That's pretty much what happened. And eventually, I was able to like merge the accounts, but it was rough. Like 90 APM is not an exaggeration. It was brutal. WoW is like so much faster.
And I thought Shadowbringer summoners made my wrist hurt.
I played in Battle for Azeroth in WoW, which was like not this last expansion, but the one before. So like 2018 to 2020. I played a demon hunter, and you had a like a major ability called I-beam that would you hit it and you channel a 3-second. It's literally like the description is super accurate. You're literally shooting fucking laser beams out of your eyes. And it was like a big AoE ability. It was a big line ability. So you would just like you would jump to the side of a pack, I-beam the whole pack, and then like dash through it. Your dash did damage, and you would dash through it, and then just do like a bunch of AoEs. But like every 30 seconds, you would hit this I-beam. And at the time, we had armor that had, depending on which armor piece you wore and where you got it from, it would give you buffs to different abilities. And demon hunters would wear 3 pieces of armor that buffed your I-beam that gave you haste when you finished channeling it. And it was enough haste to give you like, so you know how like Ninja, for instance, when they Huton
Mhm.
gives you 15% quote haste, or
Yeah.
if you wear Boja gear, it gives you like 15 haste, right?
Mhm.
When you eye beamed on a demon hunter, it gave you like between the stats and what it did normally, it would literally give you like 150% haste.
Oh my god.
So you would go from 1.5 GCD instantly to 0.75. You would cap out the GCD reduction in the game. So it was like it was the most like cracked fucking build. Like Final Fantasy. Imagine the GCD was 0.75 seconds.
Basically nonstop weaving of GCDs.
There wasn't that many OGCDs. Like there was very few, but the ones that there were
Yeah, like
were all
in
like
F14.
they were all instant animation. There was no like
Mhm.
animation locks. You would just hit it and it would just like go instantly, and you would animation cancel them with like your next GCD ability. But it's still pretty exhausting hitting a button every 3/4 of a GCD, especially when you're like trying to pay attention to a resource. Yeah, WoW is just a completely different game. I know everyone likes to poo-poo on like, oh, Final Fantasy versus WoW, but they are genuinely very different.
It's like literally a different era.
Part of me kind of wants to go back to it, and the other part of me is like, don't do it. Like this is just the APM of like the current raid in WoW, or the current raid tier. Here, I'll send it to you.
The lowest one is moderately high for 14.
Yeah. Well, 35 is pretty low for 14, or 34 is pretty low for 14.
Mhm.
But yeah, when like the third lowest is the same as like the highest, it's like, okay, wait a second. Again, different games, different eras. And a fair amount of those are just like mindless, like, okay, pushing buttons. Yeah, I don't know why. Warriors just always end up being like annoyingly super high APM. That chart is have you ever heard of simulation craft?
No?
So that chart is generated from a tool called simulation craft, which produces these outputs that so we've done our best. When I say we, I mean it's an open source tool. We've done our best to try to, as accurately as possible, model all of the like combat engine elements of the game with how things interact with the game, including like being able to make like programmable rotations and like item effects. And it produces this like ridiculous report of like, okay, if you want to figure out like the best way to play your character, like here's this gigantic report.
Is it like every ability at every time?
Yes. And so when I say we, like I'm actually one of the developers that does the enhancement shaman, like abilities and module and rotation. And so it's like, it's always a question of like, okay, what's the best way to play the game? And it like, over many years, there's just this app that just like is like, okay, well, figure it out. It's this like simulation tool. Which is part of the reason I kind of have to laugh sometimes when it's like when people talk about like theory crafting in Final Fantasy versus World of Warcraft. I kind of can't help but like laugh at how bad the state of like available information of Final Fantasy is.
Is information more obfuscated in 14 compared to World of Warcraft, or is it just like an age thing?
What do you mean by obfuscated?
Like more difficult to figure out what the actual numbers are.
I would say yes, but no. I would say that in 14, a lot of things are obfuscated, but the existence of potency kind of makes it sort of evens that out. Because you can easily argue, like, okay, this set of things is equal to X amount of potency. And every bit of potency is equal to the next bit of potency, right?
Mm.
Whereas World of Warcraft is like, this thing is a percentage of attack power, and this other thing is a percentage of your main stat, and this other thing is a percentage of your attack power plus these multipliers, but then doesn't scale with this other like the problem. I would say the problem is Final Fantasy 14 is almost too simple to really commit this much effort to. Whereas World of Warcraft is like, okay, it's reasonably complicated and things don't work exactly like they say they should. Because almost the most challenging part of like making a simulator tool in World of Warcraft isn't okay, read what the abilities do and then code it so that the simulator does that. It's a verification of what does the ability say it does and then what does it actually do. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and also 14 is, I think, pretty obvious what the optimal thing is.
That, and they've kind of gotten rid of a lot of internal synergy within jobs, if that makes sense.
All the piercing debuffs.
Well, not so much
No.
that as much as each job is relatively simple. You push a button, you have a combo, it does damage.
Mm-hmm.
The counter example in World of Warcraft, ironically, is Enhancement Shaman, which is the module that I work with, is probably the most complicated spec in the game to really understand. And that's not just me saying like, well, I understand it, so it's the most complicated. No, like it really is. Because so from a surface level, the way it works is it is a hybrid melee caster. Shamans in World of Warcraft are like generally like nature. It's like a shaman, right? When you say shaman, you think, okay, nature abilities, fire, water, earth, air, that kind of stuff. An enhancement shaman takes what the healer and the range DPS spec does. Enhancement is melee, and it does all that shit from melee. So what it does is on the surface level, it hits things with melee attacks, uses those melee attacks to generate a resource to cast spells. So it alternates between hitting melee attacks and casting spells. The way that it does that, and this is where I refer to internal synergy, is every single time you hit something with a weapon attack, meaning a weapon that is flagged, a melee attack that is flagged as having a weapon, that distinction matters. You would think that it wouldn't, but it does. It's annoying. You have a chance of generating something called a Maelstrom weapon stack. Every time you generate 5 stacks, think of like Monk with chakras.
Yeah.
You can cast a spell for double damage and it's instant cast. The reason you want to cast all your spells at instant cast is 1, it doesn't have a cast time, and 2, anytime you cast something that has a cast time, it resets your melee swing timer. And melee swing timers are important because that's the way you generate those stacks, right? So you hit
Is
all
it
your
like
abilities. Go ahead.
Annie canceling your auto attack or something?
Correct, 100%.
Okay.
Like it cancels it, resets the timer to 0. You have to wait for the full timer for it to swing again. And anytime you do that, that's obviously like really bad because you want more auto attacks. So on the surface level, you're like, okay, hit things with your weapons, get stacks, cast spells, right?
Mhm.
So now it's a question of like, okay, what are all the things that are flagged as attacks with weapons? Okay, there's AoE attack, where every target struck counts as hitting a target with a weapon. Okay, so you hit 5 things in an AoE pack in a dungeon pull. That's 5 hits. That's 5 chances to generate your melee weapon, your maelstrom weapon. Maybe you generate 0 stacks. Maybe you generate 5. That button procs a buff that every single time you cast another melee attack also applies that same effect, like repeats that same effect within 15 seconds, and all of those hits also proc that same effect. Counts as a main hand weapon. All of those hits have a chance to proc the casting thing. Not that complicated yet. There's an additional ability where you can enchant your weapons with a thing that makes it. There's like a 25 to 30% chance, depending on another stat, that has a chance to proc 2 auto attacks on a target. So you can hit every target. Like if you cast an ability, you hit 5 targets. You have 5 chances to A, proc the auto attack, B, proc another effect that procs more auto attacks that can generate the thing that procs the maelstrom weapon that can proc the stacks. So it's just like this fucking insane, like, okay, you hit a thing, which procs a thing, which procs a thing, but also procs the original thing, which gives you stacks to cast a spell. But then casting the spell also has this like crazy feedback loop of generating like stacks for this other feedback loop into those physical abilities. Like it's fucking insanity. Like the amount of rules and like abilities and procs and synergy within the spec is actually fucking absurd.
Fractal Matryoshka doll.
It really is. It's the kind of thing that you're like, you physically cannot estimate it on paper. When you look at it, you're like, okay, I see all the individual abilities. There's no fucking possible way I could spreadsheet this. Which is why those tools exist. So, very long-winded answer into when you say, like, is Final Fantasy just too simple? Kind of yes, but also no, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And also, I just went very surface level. If I'm, like, boring the shit out of you, like, that the explanation I gave you is, like, super surface level. And then the bigger question is like, okay, how does that interact with other specs in the game? Like, okay, because they have debuffs and buffs and shit.
Every so often, I just have like a brief foray into Guild Wars 2. And then every time I'm like, I just want every ability and just play around in it.
What profession did you like in Guild Wars 2?
I am a chronic altaholic. I just constantly make alts. But I like Mesmer a lot.
Do you play oh god, what are the elite specs for that?
Just
Chronomancer, Mirage, Virtuoso.
I haven't gotten the latest expansion because I'm always like a brief foray, like 3 years after it lands or something like that. I played Mirage, yeah, and Chronomancer.
When the game first came out, I played Warrior and Ranger, and then I eventually played Weaver for Elementalist, and I think in the latest expansion I've been playing Willbender. Willbender's pretty fun. I like the dual swords. I like dual wielding. Like Weaver's dual swords. And
Yeah, I also played Weaver. That was like, it's hard to remember the full rotation, but it was really fun having like the double element thing. That was really neat.
I just loved being able to like mix the like elements depending on the order you play with the dual attacks. Like that was so fun. Oh, I love. Okay, so the shaman Discord that I'm in, that's funny. We recently changed our icon. This is what the shaman icon normally looks like.
Nice.
Somebody made a little Photoshop version with like the little eyes for a fucking Santa Claus. I don't remember who made that, but it was like 7 or 8 years ago. Fucking genius. Have you played any other MMOs? What other games other than Final Fantasy do you play?
Monster Hunter. I've been coming back to it on and off. I just hopped on a World actually, but World and Rise I've been having a really good time with. I'm currently playing Dragon Quest XI right now because I got it for the trip and having a good time.
I have had a hard time getting into Monster Hunter.
It is definitely its own thing.
Like I have it on both PS4 and PC. And I don't remember which one, but I have one of the Monster Hunters on DS. Between all of them, I've probably put 50 hours into it. And I've just like I don't know what. There's something about the series that is just like failing to draw me in.
That I think that is kind of notorious for being difficult to enter. And I noticed, especially, I thought I got onboarded on World, and then when I started Rise, I'm like, they didn't give you a tutorial or anything. They didn't even tell you can change your weapon at the beginning. They just told you to go out on a mission. I'm like, where's the onboarding? Where's the tutorialization? So yeah,
played around with different weapons and World, and like I get that there's a lot of features. It's just something about that, like, and it's not like the combat is like the problem. Like I've played shit tons of like Dark Souls, so I get the idea of like very deliberate combat. I don't get why it's never really captured me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I feel like a lot of the weapon combos are so hard to map out. And it's a lot of relying on vets coming back and recognizing the same weapon combos. And they don't really tutorialize for newbies coming on how a weapon works. But also, I got really into it when all my friends were into it, and we also often had long sessions, so that's part of it.
I will say the multiplayer in Monster Hunter World at launch did not help because it basically didn't work.
Yeah.
It was like make a lobby, start a mission, pray to God your friend can like reinforce. Most
feel
of the
like
time it didn't work.
it's a common thing for Japanese devs to kind of always make kind of their own thing, regardless of international design philosophies, and that's been a blessing and a boon. And for multiplayer lobbies, it's definitely been not good.
Yeah, I don't. Was just just something about it I just never got into.
I put like an embarrassing amount of hours into it because it's been my podcasting game. Because I listen to a lot of podcasts and I just need something that doesn't need my audios, like no dialogue, no reading, no audio cues that are important. And so Monster Hunter's kind of been my go-to for just plugging away hours.
I've been kind of like wandering aimlessly lately when I'm like I haven't had a time dump game for a while. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Like when you're just like sitting around, you're like, I'm fucking bored. I don't know what to do. Usually you're like, okay, I'll play a little bit of this. Whatever this is, right? Lately I've been like, I don't know what to do. I guess I'll go read some more Reddit. Like I don't have a decent dump game at the moment.
I mean, I feel like traditionally MMOs have served to fill that role, but 14 is also very designed around taking breaks from it.
Which I don't have a problem with.
Yeah. I think that's like actually the healthiest way to continue making MMOs going forward. It's like the ability to disengage and come back.
I got so burnt out on WoW.
Yeah.
Like, have you heard me say what it was that killed me on WoW?
I don't think so.
So I used to, when I say I used to be big on WoW, like I used to be so big on WoW that to this day I'm still involved with like community development and like that simulation tool, and like I write guides and editorials. I haven't played the game in 2.5 years, almost 3 years, and I'm like still involved with the community. That's how like big I used to be in it. I did world first rating in WoW for a little while. Like the guild I was in, we finished like world 9th or something like that. Before that, I was like in a US 30th guild. We usually floated somewhere around 30 to 40, rank 30 to 40 US for a long time. Like I put a fuck ton of hours in the WoW. And the beginning of 2020, like February of 2020, I got COVID. I don't know that it was COVID because there was no test, and it was at the same time that everyone was insisting that COVID isn't in the United States yet. But I got sick with every symptom of COVID. Worst flu of my life. I thought I was gonna fucking die. Just a complete fucking disaster. Literally the week a new patch came out and content was like really designed around 2 or 3 weeks of hard grinding to be ready for like the next raid. So I got super sick, tried to grind everything, tried to like get ready for the raid. I was in a world first guild, pushed through it, day raided like 12 hours a day for a week straight, several weeks straight. Genuinely like I said, at one point I considered going to the emergency room. I felt so bad. I even have myself. I did an interview on like a public podcast kind of thing where I sound like fucking death, but I still did the interview like while I was sick. And it was just I was kind of burnt out on the game before that happened. And then I got super sick, pushed through it, almost killed myself. As soon as the raid was done, I was like, fuck this, I'm done. No fucking way. I'm not playing this game until like Blizzard turns around and fixes their shit and makes this shit not so grindy. And yeah, it was bad. And for the longest time, like that was my like waste time game.
Yeah.
Like I used to play fuckloads of WoW, like and absolutely like tooting my own horn, like I was good at it. Like I could show you logs from WoW and like I was disgustingly murdering the rankings. Like, check this out. Let's see if I can find it.
Nice.
Like that's two different raids. Like I was disgustingly good at the game, and it was just yeah. I don't even know why I brought it up. It was more just a case of like yeah, like I've been looking for like just a waste time game, and I can't find one. That 50 at the end, by the way, is kind of awkward. You see how it's like, oh yeah, like 99,
Yeah.
99, 50. There was this mechanic on that fight where one of the most creative fights I think they've ever done. There's a mechanic where in the final, okay, so WoW is notorious, just like Final Fantasy, for making the highest difficulty on the last boss have special phases. Like how in Savage you have like Hesperos, like the current boss has like the fucking death phase, right? Where he's like a crazy reaper thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a normal. WoW has the same shit. And in the last fight, they had this crazy mechanic where it's like, okay, you kill the boss, and in normal mode, he's like, he gets angry and he's like, oh, I'm gonna beat you up, and then he's like, he does a bunch of damage and he slowly kills people. But there's this mechanic where, about the equivalent of God, one of the gods of the universe, like fucking WoW gets way too cosmic with it. Creates like a tree of life, and when you die, you go into this little spirit realm inside of the fight, and you can wander around, and you just walk to a tree, and it revives you. That's normal mode. You can just do that infinitely. You die, you walk to the tree, you revive. It's basically just like story mode, right?
Yeah.
On the highest mythic difficulty, the tree has a set amount of revives, and when you transition to the last phase, he just kills the whole raid. Kind of like how we go through ego death where we just all die.
Yeah.
He does something similar where he just slices the whole raid. everyone dies, and then he does like an RP thing, and then everybody revives. You all walk into the tree, you fight the boss. But it's designed so that everyone, like the fight is designed in such a way that everyone is going to die at least once based on like stackable mechanics. So it's designed so that everyone will die and revive at the tree a second time. And you can use the tree to skip mechanics, and it's just part of the fight. But the tree goes away. And so the special mechanic is that when you're in the spirit realm, there's these orbs that spawn. And if you run through an orb, it charges this energy bar. And if you charge the bar, the entire raid gets a damage buff.
So you orb bitch.
So it is, yes, I was orb bitch. It is worth it to kill someone and have them literally just do nothing but run around and pick up orbs. So every single week. And so so shamans have this additional ability. It's just like a weird flavor thing that when you're dead, you can go into a ghost wolf form, like as part of a normal shaman kit. You can turn into a ghost wolf, and you can just like you can just run around at like partial mounted speed. That's just like an effect that they have, like a utility thing. It's like a little sprint. But it works while you're dead because it's literally a ghost wolf. So because you're technically dead in the fight, you can turn into ghost wolf form and run around and pick up orbs. And then there's a special necklace that you could get from a specific dungeon that further increased your movement speed while dead by 30%. Quite literally just a flavor thing. But it was so good to the point where it's like, okay, wear this dog shit necklace for the first half of the fight so that you can die, turn into a ghost wolf, run around and pick up orbs faster than anyone else. So every single week it was my job to like, okay, like the last phase of the fight, do as much, like pop all your cooldowns, do as much damage as you can. When you naturally die, you die, pick up orbs. And it was better to have a single person stay dead for the whole last phase of the fight and just pick up orbs. Because it amounted to, like, if you did a really good job at it, like a 15 to 20% DPS buff for the whole raid. Like 15 to 20% damage for 20 people, well, 19 people is definitely better than one person being alive.
Mm.
So, of course, every fucking week I'm sitting here orb bitch. I never get to live. I never get to get a good parse.
Oh no, my necklace. I accidentally trashed it. What will I do?
Even if I trash the necklace, I still move faster than everyone else while dead, just for virtue of my class. It's like, it's just funny when you look at my logs and it's like 99, 99, 99, 100, 50. Like, oh fuck. The sadder part is that I'm parsing a solid 50 while being dead every week.
Half the shamans are also orb bitch.
Yeah, basically, yeah. It was like you or another. It was like always either shamans or demon hunters, because demon hunters had a thing where, based on a stat, you would stack. It would give you like bonus move speed. Yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, the point I'm making is I used to play a fuckload of WoW, and I was very good at it. And part of me wonders if I should go back to it, and the other part of me is like, no, it almost killed you.
Yeah. Were you around when PP&LV had a brief stint in Ragnarok Online again?
No, because I just joined mid DSR, right?
Yeah, it was a bit ago, but yeah, I used to play Ragnarok Online, like strictly private servers, but
I never played official, but I did dick around in private servers for a while. I have a friend that hosted a private server for a little while that I played on. I think I played like a hunter,
Yeah.
archer, and then hunter. Yes, that's what I played. I
I played
think
for
I
very
made
long.
it to sniper, and that was.
Hmm.
Why the fuck am I getting emails from work?
Ragnarok Online is actually where I met Shu.
And by Shu, you mean
Right, Shu. Selena.
Selena? Okay.
God, that
So,
was
so what?
2008.
What is the deal with Shu? How long have you guys known him for?
2008. So,
So are you the first one that knew Shu and like introduced him to Peanut, or has Peanut known him for as long?
no, I introduced him to Peanut. And me and Vivi were playing Row together. We met Shu there. And then we kind of just like always jump between MMOs at the same time, pretty much.
So between you and you and Vivi, who is the older one? Like, who's the older brother or older sister?
Vivi's older than me by like a year.
Okay. Is Vivi your only sister?
And we have an even older one that's 4 years older than me.
Okay. I just wonder. I have. And do you have any younger siblings?
No, it's just 3.
Okay. I have 3 older sisters,
Hmm.
and that's actually where I was before raid tonight. My sister was like, "Hey, it's great that we're all in town. I'm gonna make dinner," and it was like, "Great. Why didn't we all meet during Thanksgiving?"
It's late
Like, I
Thanksgiving.
love to see you guys, but like, Jesus. I'm the youngest of 4, and that's awkward. But what are you gonna do? The only awkward part about it was my oldest sister. So between each of us, there's about a year and a half. Like between me and my next older sister is like
Mhm.
20, 20 months. And then between her and the next one is like 18 months, and then her and the next one is another 20 months. So like we're all relatively like close in age. Between the youngest and oldest, it's like less than 6 years. 5.5 years. So we're all like close-ish. But the oldest of us just turned 40 this year. And that was a bit awkward. It's one thing when the oldest of us turns 40. It's gonna be the next weirdest thing when the youngest of us turns 40, which is me.
And no.
And I've got 5 years to go before that, but it's still gonna be like, oh fuck. Must be nice, kind of nice to have like a sibling to play games with. My sisters don't give a fuck. Like Nintendo Switch, right? Like, but they're not like gamers.
Yeah. Have you seen the Pokemon Scarlet and Violet bugs? They're fucking
Oh
wild.
my
They're
god.
so funny.
Uh, well, even ignoring just the bugs, I've been watching at how like horrible the game looks. Like, I think I saw one screenshot of like a wall. The wall is like the lowest res thing I've ever seen. Oh no! I saw the one with the dude getting on the giant bike. Have you seen that one?
Oh, when he turns big and his arms go long.
He turns into like some crazy spindly thing. Like, what the fuck kind of nightmare fuel is that?
Have you seen where the person's eyes bug out of their head? Like it's just like a cartoon.
I don't think I've seen that one.
Oh god.
I'm trying to see if I can figure out how to link this one that I'm looking at right now. there's this like TikTok embed, and I don't know how to link to the actual. Maybe this will work. I don't know, man. I'm only 34, but I feel like I have boomer energy, where I'm like, kids on their TikToks.
TikTok is also incomprehensible to me, so yeah, that one's great.
See a link on TikTok, and I'm like, how does this work? What the fuck is this? The best description I've seen for like just the general terrible innovation of Pokemon is that Game Freak doesn't. One, they don't have to because they're gonna sell 10 million copies no matter what they do. And two, everyone that works there is just like doesn't give a fuck because no matter what they do, they're gonna sell 10 million copies. Like what reason would they actually have to innovate or hire? Oh my god, those fucking eyeballs.
It's so funny.
What even causes that? What the fuck? How? Why? What are they doing?
I don't even know how it happens, but I am honestly enjoying the hell out of all these bugs.
I didn't. Does it have like a multiplayer function? I didn't even know that.
I think that's been a lot of things. Like I see people walking around in the middle of a fight.
I'm like, what? That is the most ridiculous thing I've seen all day. Oh, I have to share that with some fucking. Oh my god! Every time I watch it, it gets funnier. I'm like trying to go through the thought process of the person who's triggering the bug.
And I think they both have to see it, so it's not client-sided, right?
Well, maybe not. I don't know. The last Pokemon game I've played was like Omega Ruby.
Mm.
Which one was that? It was on the DS. 2014. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Ultra Sun and Moon?
What's that?
With the Sun and
No.
Moon?
Yeah, Ruby. Omega Ruby. Was that the same generation? I have no idea.
It was the remake of...
It was the remake of
Yeah.
Blue and Red?
No, the Ruby and Sapphire was the generation.
Omega Ruby remake was 3rd gen? Yes. Yeah, that was 3rd gen. The I literally played Pokemon Blue on my brick Game Boy back in the day. And then like 20 years later got a 3DS and played like Omega Ruby. Like that's my Pokemon journey.
My Pokemon was I stopped at Pokemon Diamond Pearl. And then like actually very recently I decided to pick up Ultra Sun on an emulator just to get back in, and I had a really good time with Ultra Sun.
Oh, I did play. They made a remake of Red and Blue.
Oh, was that the DS one?
I think it was Game Boy Advance.
Oh, Leaf Green and Fire Red.
Fire Red and
Yeah.
Emerald. I played Emerald. But I didn't play it on a Game Boy. I played it on my. I have a rooted PSP that has a Game Boy Advance emulator on it, and I played it on that. Which is dumb because you're like, well, why didn't you just play it on a computer? And I was like, I don't know.
You can bring it around.
It's on a PSP. Look at me. I'm playing Game Boy games on a PSP. I'm pretty sure I haven't turned that PSP on in 10 years. That battery's probably toast. I don't even know if you can get on the fucking store anymore. PSP store.
Isn't the 3DS store shutting down? Like, I don't understand Nintendo. Why would you shut down your store? Surely, like, the cost of running the service doesn't outweigh your sales, right?
I don't know. I had like a okay, so apparently you can still access the stuff you bought. You just can't buy new stuff.
Yeah. But, like, they're not printing cartridges anymore. That's the only way you're going to get money out of your old consoles.
Wait, maybe they reneged on that? So confused.
3DS store closing.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure that's all irrelevant because I can't even like. The only way for me to get like online with the PSP stuff would be to update it, which would just kill my root anyways.
March 2023, Wii U and 3DS stores were shut down.
You know what's funny is my 3DS is literally sitting on my bedside table. It's been sitting there plugged in, charging. I'm like 4 years. I haven't turned it on since then.
Is it in the
Oh.
little dock thing?
I'm walking over to my bedroom right now. Let's go look. Oh no, there it is. Wow. Remember where it's on the bottom. Oh, I have Legend of Zelda plugged into it.
I like the range of games on Switch, but I really miss having an actually portable.
I think last time I used my 3DS was last time I used my 3DS was when I was taking the train to work. I used to take the train into downtown Dallas.
It's like I really like how the Switch can just play traditional console games and you can carry it around, but it's fucking heavy, and the battery lasts like 2 hours.
Yeah. I feel like one of these days I should just figure out how to root my 3DS. And then just like dick around with it while I'm trying to go to bed. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Because I've actually heard stories about how installing root 3DS ROM loaders actually like doubles the battery life of your 3DS. And I'm like, how's that possible?
Is it like the BIOS is incredibly inefficient or something? It's just using a different BIOS.
It's something to do with the way Nintendo is like. Something to do with the way like emulated stuff is just easier on it or something. I have I have a Steam Deck now, and part of me is like, so I don't use it as much as I probably should, considering the investment. But part of me wants to get the docking station for it, so that I can go to LAN parties and just bring the Steam Deck.
You're being invited to LAN parties in 2022.
But that's part of the problem. So I used to go to a fair amount of LAN parties before COVID, and every year I would go to QuakeCon, which was a big like 2,500 to 4,000 person LAN party, and I've been going to that since like 2012. And I used to bring in 2012. I used to bring my big ass tower PC, and the motherfucker weighed 70 pounds. Like between it and my monitor, I literally broke my piece of shit Walmart dolly. The fucking thing was too big. And so, like, I did that for 2 years, and I was like, fuck this. And when I eventually built the new computer, I built like a like a micro ATX form factor, like small PC. And even that, after a couple of years worth of, was like, I'm sick of this. I got a halfway decent laptop, and for a while, like for LAN parties, I was just bringing the laptop and a monitor, and that was great. But I would love to get it down to like a Steam Deck and a docking station, a keyboard, and a monitor. That would be fucking great.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking about getting a new laptop, and I need to like stop having those kind of thoughts. The money I don't need to spend. Like my laptop's decent. It's like an 8700 i7 with a 2070. Like, yeah, it's a couple of years old, but like it still runs just about everything. But for the last like 2 years, it's been my Netflix machine while I'm sitting there working. I have my I have my 2 work monitors and then my laptop on the left where I'm like, I want to watch a movie.
Honestly, what all laptops are being used in COVID.
Yeah, how far I have to scroll up to find it. Yeah, that's my work setup. I literally just turned another room in my house into a. I just turned another room into my house into an office. About the only thing that is missing is just like a TV mounted above it. Because I would totally like hook that laptop up to another TV above it.
I just got monitor arms and they're great. I have so much more desk real estate now.
You got what?
Monitor arms.
I've been considering that. I like those monitors because I got them from my last job, and when I quit that job, they never asked for the monitors back. They only asked for the laptop, and I was like, they never asked for the monitors, so I'm keeping them.
Yeah. Like I'm pretty sure they just consider any thing given to employees like liable to just walk off. So
Yeah, I don't know. My current employer is definitely going to ask for the monitors they sent me back, but I literally never unpacked them. They're still sitting in the boxes because I was like, well, I have these. But so these were a little different because my company got bought out, but the monitors I took were from before we got bought out, so they were like assets, but not really in inventory. And when we went from, because I was working there before COVID started, when we went from, working in office to full time working at home, it was like, at one point I just asked my boss, I was like, hey, I'm just going to take my monitors on my desk home. Is that cool with you? And he's like, I guess. So I just went to the office, took my monitors home. And I don't know if it was a case of they didn't track them or they didn't know about them, but like when I quit, it was like, well, mine now. They never asked for them. What do you do for work?
I was a clerk at my dad's office, but now we're shutting it down. So,
Like shutting down the office, or
yeah,
what kind of office was it?
it was a doctor's office, like a private doctor.
Where
It's
you
a
work now?
rheumatologist. I don't know, like, I think I'm going to school, programming or something.
How old are you?
27.
You don't need to go to school for programming.
Mm.
You just teach yourself, man. I mean, I say that, but like I've been a software engineer for 13 years now, and I mean, I literally don't have a college degree. I'm completely self-taught.
Mm.
I will say having a degree helps you get in the door. I won't disagree with that.
Yeah.
But as far as like learning to be a good programmer, I will say that these days, I don't know, it's weird because so it's weird because if you want to go get a degree in like computer science, it actually doesn't really prepare you for being a software engineer in maybe 90% of the software engineering field, because the kind of stuff you're going to learn is like heavily theoretical. It's going to be like low level, like how does a computer work, which I'm not disagreeing isn't important, but like if you want to be like a web developer, which is like easily half of software development these days, it doesn't do you a goddamn good, and you're lucky if they teach you more than one or two classes about like web development frameworks or technologies. Like computer science degrees, they do a decent job of teaching you about computers. They don't necessarily do a great job of teaching you how to be an engineer in 2022.
Mm-hmm.
So it's almost to the point where the best recommendation is do like a minor in computer science and do a major in something related to the field you want to go into. Good example is like if you want to go into accounting, get an accounting degree with a minor in computer science. Now, I personally wouldn't go into accounting because that's fucking boring. But like I work in healthcare. I don't know necessarily what degree you would get for that. Probably a business degree, but like a business degree with a minor in computer science would do you infinitely more for getting a computer science, like an actual programming job. Because like a big chunk of the problem these days is less how do you write code and more how much do you understand about the business to be able to solve the problems to know what code to write.
All right.
like, good example is one of the problems I was dealing with this week is so my team is working on a tool to do we do searches for patients for clinical trials. And what that means is, like, you know how you used to hear on the radio, like mesothelioma commercials, or if you or a loved one suffered from whatever cancer, or please call for like a clinical trial, right? Well, you don't hear too many of those ads on the radio these days because it's expensive and they're often like kind of guessing at what markets to target. And quite frankly, nobody listens to the fucking radio anymore. And not that many people watch cable television either. So it's like, how do you advertise to these people? So what my company did was we wrote a tool that I work for a pharmaceutical company, and we have a combination of patient, like historical patient data that we get from insurance companies. It's all denormalized, so it's like fits, privacy laws. And we have pharmaceutical distribution data that we're basically able to merge the two together, and we have a pretty good look at what a patient history looks like. And we can go to anybody who's looking to run a clinical trial on something and say, you pay us X amount of dollars, we'll let you run searches through our system for specific, like, to find the specific sites and patients you're looking for to run these clinical trials. So we have this complicated system with like hundreds of millions of patient records that basically tries to aggregate up that the client they're looking for patients with a specific type of cancer, with specific drugs and specific ages in a specific part of the country. Like there's thousands of different filters they can work off of, and we do our best to build a system that shows the site information so that we can essentially sell them on, okay, you're looking to run this trial, these are the main sites you're looking for, and we'll sell you that information so that you can make the contact with those doctors and start those trials. So the problem I was working with this week was a matter of, okay, so amongst all the patient data that we have, the patient data, the patient has a stage of cancer at diagnosis field, but they may have multiple cancers or multiple diagnoses of a single cancer, or the cancer has progressed to an additional stage. So one patient may have one or many, in some cases up to 10, depending on the diligence or frequency of the patient visit to the doctor, diagnoses per type of cancer. And so what we've been dealing with is specifically breast cancer. And we had a problem where it's like, okay, this data is rolling up to like a specific stage, but only based on certain filters and statistics. And ultimately the data was wrong. But the only way we were able to identify that the data was wrong wasn't necessarily because someone was like, they did 4 years of schooling to understand like the algorithm was wrong, but more so because they understood the healthcare business enough to understand that the data is showing something different than what the client is looking for. So it was a weird case of like the data is wrong but misleading and also correct.
Is that just kind of how diagnoses work? It's their best guess, right?
To an extent. It's ultimately less about the diagnoses and more about like, okay, understanding that what it is the client's actually looking for. Because it's one thing to say, yes, I'm a software engineer, I can write a filter, I can write an algorithm, I can write a loop that gets you the correct data. It's another to kind of look at it and scrutinize what the data is, what the business needs, and what they're looking for. And that's the part that isn't well taught in college. They don't do a good job of teaching people how to critically analyze needs of the business. That's closer to like what either a business or like a project management or an analyst degree would do. And those are so it's weird because programming in colleges is highly theoretical, but it doesn't do a very good job of setting you up for actually working with a business. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's not to say that like, oh, don't go to school for it. Absolutely. Like if you feel like you want to go to school for it, then by all means. It's just a weird case of like, okay, but maybe focus in something that you like. Maybe focus in an area that you want to work in. Right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like if you wanted to do like you want to be an engineer but you want to work with like NASA or some shit, get a physics degree with a minor in or get an astrophysics degree with a minor in like engineering as computer engineering, because ultimately you'll still get an entry level computer job, but having a physics degree on top of it, you could work your way into like either a NASA degree or like SpaceX or gaming if you wanted to work on like engines stuff. Like that would be my biggest mistake, was like I went to college for 2 years for computer science, and after a year and a half of it, I was like, this is a fucking waste of my money and time. I dropped out. I'm not saying everyone should repeat the path I went through, because my path was fucking difficult. But just like 15 years on in my career, I'm like, okay, if I were to do it again, this is what.
Okay.
Which is unfortunately the same thing my father tried to tell me when I was 18, and I didn't listen to him. he wanted to give me a big "I told you so." Like, ugh. That's why I use the example of accounting, because he got a major in accounting and a minor in computer science, and he was like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna work for any business." Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, technically. I was kind of hoping Amo was still here because I wanted to talk to her about Changes of Paradise, see if she'd played any more of that. But
Oh no, today's a Friday.
oh, new DLC came out. I don't think she played it yet. Have you played that game yet?
No. Was it
I'm
the chaos? What?
Yes, yes, it is. The funny thing is that is the kind of game that is like who in their right fucking mind was contracted to make that trailer? Because the trailer does not at all represent what the game actually is. And that's not to say that like the game isn't all about I'm here to kill chaos, because it is. Because like the first 85% of the game is that character going, I'm here to kill chaos. But then the last 10% of the game, they kind of like wrap it up and are like, oh, it actually kind of fits. Okay. And then it like becomes a good. That's not to say that you should play it. Like, have you played Final Fantasy 13?
I got a good chunk into it, and then I realized that the random battles were taking like 10 minutes, and they happened every 3 steps. I was like, I can't. I can't do this anymore.
Yeah, that game is 20 minutes of 20 hours of hallway,
Yeah.
and then like, oh, suddenly it's a good game. So, like, I'm not necessarily saying that anybody should suffer through 20 minutes to play a good game. Like, the game should just be good to begin with, and that's
I think I
kind
was
of Strangers
extremely
of
close to
Paradise.
that point.
Yeah. But Strangers of Paradise is very that, where you're like, okay, when does the good part start? Oh, here it is. And I don't even like blame Team Ninja for it, because like they made Neo 2. Have you played Neo?
Yes, I did. I
Did you play one or
played
two?
both, but I didn't do the DLC because I hit like a really tall wall at the moment the DLC hit.
In
And
which one? The first or second?
both. I played both the games simultaneously. Is the thing.
Did you get the like what is it, the anniversary pack or whatever?
I think Neo 1 was free on Epic, and that's how I got into it. And then I got 2 on Steam. I don't remember which, but I got really deep into Neo, and then I bought Neo 2, and I hit like a somewhat slow bit in Neo, and then I was like, what if I started Neo 2 just to see? And then I started playing both of them back and forth at the same time.
I put probably a couple 100 hours into either of them. And yes, absolutely, there's like a brick wall you hit as soon as you get to the DLC.
I was probably relying too much on the super OP magic.
On which one?
Both. The slow-mo one was fucking broken.
Oh, the fucking sloth.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, like I fucking
I one-shot like every boss fight in that game.
that doesn't go away. Like I'm playing a bit, so I haven't played in a little while, but last time I played in 2, I was playing a build that so there's like an accessory that reduces the amount of like items you need for set bonuses. And so I would equip that, and then I equipped like 3 different like 4-piece set bonuses or whatever. That would make it so that every single time you cast like the talismans, it would automatically apply the armor down, attack down, sloth, and do like a bunch of extra damage. And then I would cast it with the lightning one, which would also slow them down. So I would just like hit them with the lightning thing twice, and then they move at like half speed and take like shitloads of damage. And that was like my entire build.
Yeah. I think in Neo 2, there's like a giant monk guy who was like the first DLC dungeon, and when I tried to slow him, he literally got slow for like 3 seconds and then got unslowed.
God, what was that guy called? Benkei.
Yeah, he had like the switch
Yeah,
blade and
spear and
the
the thing. And yeah,
nunchuck staff. Yeah.
he was an asshole. Yeah, I thought Neo 2 was really good.
Yeah.
I went through the DLC and I started grinding through like the abyss or whatever, like the 100 floor or whatever. I think I got to like floor 80 or so before I just kind of got bored and moved on. No, I got to like floor 80 or so, and then Elden Ring came out, and I was like, well, playing Elden Ring. And then I still haven't gone back to it. But the story was good. Like I liked how Neo 2 ended, and I liked all like the game mechanic. Neo 2 is a great example of like, okay, Neo 1's like it's okay game. Like it's okay. It's got some issues, could be better. And then you play Neo 2 and you're like, oh, this is way better.
Mm-hmm.
Like everything about like all of the
What was your weapons that you liked?
like in 1 or 2.
Either.
In one, I played mostly dual swords. I played dual swords and pretty much just dual sword. And then in 2, I played. I started with dual sword just because I thought they were really good in Neo 1, and they were. But then I branched out into Fist Weapon was really good. That was one of the DLC ones. Hatchet, Switchglaive, and Odachi.
Yeah. I think in what I had Hanfas and Kusarigami, and in 2 I tried to go different. I tried to try out the Knuckles and Switchglaive, and I ended up switching out back to Kusarigami again because I just really loved the Kusarigami.
Yeah, I feel like it's definitely one of the those things where you just get familiar with the moveset. I did get it to the point though where I was definitely like, because when you get to like by the time you get to like floor 30 or 40 in like the Abyss thing in Neo 2, you kind of have to start trying to optimize or get set bonuses and stuff. So I got to a point where I was just doing I think I got to like level 650 or so. I didn't quite, because the cap's 750 and I didn't quite hit 750. But I got to a point where I was playing a mostly magic stamina courage build.
Mhm.
And I was able to like stat transfer. Like I collected the transfer magic thing, which would make like the main stat on your weapon magic instead of whatever the fuck. And so I would just like transfer those onto whatever weapon type I wanted to use. So like Adachi was good because I think that's heart, strength, stamina, and then I would just transfer the strength to magic, and then it was just good.
Yeah, I always wanted to try the Odachi, but I always felt like I got in a place where I was too deep in the game to switch.
Yeah, I know that feeling where you're like, well, how could I possibly come up with something remotely as good? And you don't. And it takes like a shitload of farming before you're like, oh, now it's good. But I mean, dual swords are pretty much always good. So I ran that a lot. I also ran the build. So with the Neo 2 DLCs, there was ultimate stat skills. So if you got 150 in any given stat, it would give you like if you had the ultimate on either a weapon or on you remember the scrolls where you could just do like a one-off mission?
Yeah, I think so.
So on like the really high level scrolls, you could get ultimate stats, and there was I got a scroll that had like 4 ultimates on it, or 3 or something like that. But the ultimate constitution was anytime you're above 70% health, you would regenerate like 3 or 5% of your max health every second. So like just like fucking crazy regen. And I would stack as many effects as possible that made me take half damage when you're on max health. So the idea was like to make it so that anytime you get hit so that you stay above 70% and then ideally regen to max before you get hit again. And it worked really well. And I was like, not unkillable, because obviously if you fuck up bad enough, you're dead as shit. But like, it worked pretty good. Let me see if we're sending a screenshot to a friend of mine. Oh yeah, the fucking monster souls. God, those were awful to farm too. Oh yeah, I found some shit like this. Then I found this, and I always wanted to make an electric build, but then just could never really get the items for it.
The Karasu Tengus. I remember for some weird reason they would always fucking kill me in Neo 2. I don't even know why.
I felt like they were easier in 2 than 1. I don't know if it was just like they were less dangerous in 2, or if it was just like we were just like way more powerful in 2. You know what I mean? I do remember that Nue boss though ruined my shit for the longest time in Neo 1. I actually played Neo 1 when it first came out and literally quit the game on that boss.
I thought the electric one.
Yes.
Yes, I remember.
That was the first boss that was like a straight up brick wall. For
I
me.
think it's actually fortunate because I think by coincidence I stopped playing Neo right at that bit, and I started playing Neo 2. And when I got back, I just like was much better at the game than when I was first playing.
I mean, that was just a tough boss though.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't know, just everything about Neo 2 just seemed like a better game. Just scanning through old images I sent my buddy in this chat. That's such a good fucking Final Fantasy name.
Have you seen the guy dressed like Titan?
I have not.
It's just like a giant rogue in a loincloth.
If you can find a screenshot, I'd love to look at it. I'm half tempted. Part of me really wants to go like remake my character as a rogue just because I think it would be really funny. But the other part of me is like, okay, well, you haven't really changed your character in like 10 years, so why would you now? Right?
I used exactly one Fantasia when Heavens were dropped to change the aura, and I haven't used one since.
There was I used to play EverQuest 2 forever ago, like way back in the day. But the biggest race in the game, hands down, was ogres. And my favorite shit was I played an ogre assassin. And assassins were like your typical like stealth, sneak around, stab people in the back kind of character. And like, okay, this is like the size of what ogres used to be. if you feel like the stuff behind the character is small, it's normal sized. The ogre is just massive. And it was the funniest shit. Like, because assassins had like mid combat stealth and stuff like that. Kind of like Suiton, except it was like an attack that actually like fully put you in stealth. And it was the funniest shit. Stabbing some dude who's like a fourth the size of you. Just stabbing him, going into stealth and like crouching and still being fucking massive. And him being like, "Where'd he go?"
I love characters that play against type.
Shit. Oh, so I'm trying to find see if I can see a screenshot of an ogre next to another character. That game is. It's crazy how old that game is, and yet like when I first played it, when it was new, I was like, "Wow, this is amazing." I mean, all like 18 years ago, granted, that game came out in 2004. But like in 2004, I would look at this and go, "Holy shit, look at those graphics. They're so good." And today you're like, "That's dog shit. What the fuck is that?"
Love the BioWare era character model face.
Yeah, not a whole lot improved from, say, Old Republic. Unfortunately, it's a lot of screenshots of EverQuest 1 ogres, which is not helpful. Yeah, just to give you an idea of how much I've been involved, like what I was saying earlier about the shaman stuff. That might be the amount of posts I've made in the shaman Discord.
Man, when did you join the Discord?
2016, something like that. Let me go see. 2015. Oof, Jesus Christ. Alrighty, well it's 1:30. I'm going to walk over to the fridge, either grab another beer or decide against it. I haven't decided which. I'll find out when I get in front of the fridge. But either way, I'm gonna head out for the night.
All right.
Hopefully
Good night.
you had a good time on your first clear tonight.
Yeah.
Peace. Catch you later.
And good night, gone on the couch.
Good night, Gon, if you're still here.